मला माहित होतं की
नाही, मी बसली, माझे पाय दुखत होते तिथे. तिथे टेबल नाही राहत ना, म्हणून मग मी तिकडे जाऊन बसते. आता सरांची परमिशन घेऊन बसली. तुम्हाला इमोजी चांगले वापरता येते ना. कटमुसरी सरांना म्हटलं इमोजी वगैरे छान वापरता येते. हो, मी फेसबुक, पण मला काही पाहिलं नाही. मी एक दिवस काहीतरी असं थोडं पाहिलं फेसबुकवर. पोरीला म्हटलं मलाही टाकून दे, कारण फेसबुकवर काही काही माहिती येते म्हणे. ते म्हटलं आपणही पाहू कसं राहते. फेसबुक चालू केलं. तुम्ही आहे का दोघं जण फेसबुकवर? नाही, अड्ड्याने लोक हे दोघं जण नाही आहे तुम्ही फेसबुकवर? तुम्ही लोक फेसबुकवर नाही आला? मी आता 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 हे केलं. पण मला काही समजत नाही तेवढं. माझ्या पायाच्या दुखण्यामुळे मी जास्त काही समजून घेतलं नाही. डब्बा खायची वेळ झाली ना आपली.
माईकच्या शिक्षा ही व्यक्ति के चरित्र का निर्माण करती है। शिक्षा ही समाज के नैतिक मूल्यों को स्थापित करती है। शिक्षा ही राष्ट्र निर्माण का सबसे प्रभावी संबल है। शिक्षा के प्रसार की महान सेवा का एक अविरत दीप स्तंभ है अमर सेवा मंडल, जिसे प्रज्वलित किया था सुप्रसिद्ध समाज सेवी, शिक्षाविद एवं दूरदृष्टा स्वर्गीय गोविंदराव वंजारी ने। प्रत्येक व्यक्ति ज्ञान प्राप्ति का अधिकार रखता है। उसके लिए जाति, धर्म, आर्थिक स्थिति, व्यवसाय ये समस्त दायरे कोई मायना नहीं रखते। इस हेतु से प्रत्येक व्यक्ति को शिक्षा मिले, जिससे व्यक्ति नहीं बल्कि व्यक्तित्व का सृजन हो, यह विचारधारा थी स्वर्गीय श्री गोविंदराव वंजारी की।
1983 साली वंजारी साहेबांनी या कॉलेजची स्थापना केली. वंजारी साहेब शिक्षणापासून वंचित राहिले होते परिस्थितीमुळे, आणि त्यामुळे त्यांना असं वाटलं, कुठेतरी अशी तीव्र इच्छा त्यांच्या मनामध्ये निर्माण झाली की जी अवस्था जी आपल्या वाट्याला आली ती इथल्या भागातल्या मुलांच्या वाट्याला येऊ नये, आणि म्हणून त्यांना उच्च शिक्षण आपण दिलं पाहिजे या उद्देशाने त्यांनी या संस्थेची स्थापना केली. शिक्षणाला अतिशय प्राधान्य आणि डिसिप्लिन अतिशय महत्त्वाची. सगळ्यांचं सहकार्य असल्याशिवाय आपली स्वप्न आपण पूर्ण करू शकत नाही. सगळ्यांचं सहकार्य लागते खालपासून वरपर्यंत. जेव्हा सगळी माणसं जीव तोडून त्याच्यामध्ये स्वतःला झोकून देतात तेव्हा ते काम यशस्वी होते. आणि या कॉलेजमध्ये असा सगळ्यांचा आम्हाला खूप मिळालेला आहे सहभाग. हे साहेबांचं स्वप्न आहे. आणि अभिजित तर नवीन काळाचा आहे. नवीन काळाला काय काय गरज आहे नवीन काळाची ते सगळं त्याला माहीत आहे, आणि त्या दृष्टीने या कॉलेजमध्ये महत्त्वाची भर पडली आहे आणि पुढे सुद्धा पडणार आहे.
अमर सेवा मंडल का दिव्य प्रवास प्रारंभ हुआ 12 सितंबर 1984 के सूर्योदय के साथ, जब कमला नेहरू महाविद्यालय के रूप में शिक्षा का एक छोटा सा बीज अंकुरित हुआ. पूर्व प्रधानमंत्री स्वर्गीय राजीव गांधी के करकमलों द्वारा जिसका उद्घाटन किया गया. प्रारंभ से ही मैत्रीपूर्ण वातावरण, कौशल्यपूर्ण अध्यापन एवं संस्कारपूर्ण अध्ययन के मार्ग पर कमला नेहरू महाविद्यालय अग्रसर होता रहा, जिसके कारण आज यह संपूर्ण मध्य भारत का आदर्श शिक्षा संस्थान माना जाता है. यहाँ कला, वाणिज्य तथा विज्ञान संकाय में विद्यार्थी सर्वोत्तम शिक्षा से लाभान्वित हो रहे हैं. इस भव्य वास्तु में विज्ञान शाखा के सामान्य विषयों के अलावा इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स, कंप्यूटर साइंस, बायोटेक्नोलॉजी, माइक्रोबायोलॉजी, कॉस्मेटिक्स टेक्नोलॉजी, पर्यावरण विज्ञान इत्यादि विशेष शाखाओं की पदवी का भी प्रयोजन है. कमला नेहरू महाविद्यालय की सफलता में विशेष उपलब्धि के रूप में डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ MCA और MBA का विशेष उल्लेख करना होगा. अनेक प्रकार की गतिविधियों का यह केंद्र विद्यार्थियों को व्यवस्थापन के अंतरिम तथा प्रायोगिक पहलुओं से अवगत कराता है. विगत 3 दशकों से भी अधिक काल शिक्षा के माध्यम से जागरूकता एवं सेवा का कार्य करने के लिए प्रतिबद्ध अमर सेवा मंडल द्वारा विभिन्न अभ्यासक्रमों के अलग अलग अनेक महाविद्यालय प्रारंभ किए गए, ताकि युवा वर्ग समय की आवश्यकता एवं अपनी क्षमता के आधार पर अपना भविष्य निर्धारित कर सके. अभियांत्रिकी इस सदी की आवश्यकता है, अतः आज की पीढ़ी इस अभ्यासक्रम की ओर खींची जा रही है. परंतु अंधी दौड़ को दरकिनार कर देश के एवं विद्यार्थियों के उज्जवल भविष्य के निर्माण के लिए पूरे समर्पण एवं संकल्प के साथ कार्यरत है गोविंदराव वंजारी कॉलेज ऑफ इंजीनियरिंग एंड टेक्नोलॉजी. प्राचीन काल में शिक्षा के लिए उपयुक्त वातावरण में शांत एवं प्राकृतिक सानिध्य में गुरुकुल के माध्यम से अध्ययन होता था. वैसा ही परिवेश है गोविंदराव वंजारी कॉलेज ऑफ इंजीनियरिंग एंड टेक्नोलॉजी का. नागपुर शहर के एकदम करीब मगर शहर की चहल पहल से दूर प्रकृति की मनोरम सुंदरता में यह भव्य इमारत सहज ही आकर्षित एवं प्रभावित करती है. अध्ययन के लिए पूर्ण रूप से अनुकूल मैकेनिकल, इलेक्ट्रिकल, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स, कंप्यूटर सभी संकायों की प्रयोगशालाएं अपने आप में सुसज्ज एवं विद्यार्थियों को परिपूर्ण अनुभव एवं ज्ञान देने के लिए सक्षम है. यह महाविद्यालय मात्र इंजीनियरिंग की शिक्षा देने वाला महाविद्यालय नहीं, अपितु समाज सेवा का अनुपम उदाहरण भी है. यहाँ विद्यार्थियों की आर्थिक परिस्थिति को मद्देनजर रखकर उन्हें विभिन्न आधारों पर रियायतें भी दी जाती हैं। आधुनिकतम किताबों, जर्नल्स एवं रिसर्च पेपर से युक्त विशाल लाइब्रेरी, ई लाइब्रेरी, कम्युनिटी ऑडिटोरियम, समय समय पर आयोजित कार्यशालाएं, विभिन्न खेलों तथा एथलेटिक्स की सुविधाएं, सांस्कृतिक आयोजन इत्यादि विद्यार्थियों की सर्वांगीण उन्नति के लिए पूरक परिवेश का निर्माण करते हैं। यह एक ऐसा गुरुकुल है जहां दीवारों में ईंटों के बीच संस्कारों का सीमेंट भरा है, जहां ज्ञान की पावन हवा में सांस ली जाती है, जहां व्यक्तित्व निर्माण ही सबसे बड़ा लक्ष्य है, जहां सामाजिक महत्व नहीं, अनुशासन ही प्राथमिकता है। अमर सेवा मंडल के अन्य समस्त महाविद्यालयों की तरह ही गोविंदराव वंजारी कॉलेज ऑफ इंजीनियरिंग एंड टेक्नोलॉजी का पूरी तरह समर्पित शिक्षक वर्ग अपने ज्ञान से नहीं अपितु अपने आचरण एवं व्यवहार से देश के तकनीकी भविष्य का निर्माण करने के लिए संकल्पबद्ध है। विद्यार्थियों का भविष्य एवं सुरक्षा देखते हुए अमर सेवा मंडल द्वारा इन सभी महाविद्यालयों में सिर्फ पदवीधर विद्यार्थी ही नहीं, चेतनाभिमुख, ज्ञान संपन्न राष्ट्र के प्रहरी निर्माण किए जाते हैं।
एजुकेशन फॉर ऑल की संकल्पना के साथ में मेरे फादर स्वर्गीय गोविंदराव जी वंजारी, इन्होंने कमला नेहरू महाविद्यालय की स्थापना की। डिसिप्लिन और अपने एकेडमिक्स के बलबूते पर विदर्भ के जाने माने महाविद्यालयों की पंक्ति में कमला नेहरू महाविद्यालय का नाम शामिल हो गया। कमला नेहरू महाविद्यालय के साथ साथ उसी के बुनियाद पर हमने इस संस्था का विस्तारीकरण किया। हमने इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज की स्थापना की, पॉलिटेक्निक कॉलेज शुरू किया, हमने लॉ कॉलेज शुरू किया, फार्मेसी कॉलेज की स्थापना की, हमने एजुकेशन की स्थापना की, MBA MCA जैसे कोर्सेज शुरू किए और उसका विस्तारीकरण के साथ साथ एक अच्छा एजुकेशन देने का प्रयास हमने अपने संस्था के माध्यम से किया है। आज हमारे संस्था के सभी महाविद्यालय, फिर चाहे वो एकेडमिक्स एक्टिविटी हो, स्पोर्ट्स एंड कल्चर हो, प्लेसमेंट हो, इंडस्ट्रियल लिंकेजेस हो, रिसर्च एक्टिविटीज़ हो, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर हो, इन सभी मामलों की गतिविधियों में अग्रसर है और एक अच्छा बेस्ट एजुकेशन देने का प्रयास हमारी संस्था के माध्यम से है। मैं चाहता हूँ कि विदर्भ के विद्यार्थी इस महाविद्यालय में अपना प्रवेश लें और वो इस संधि का लाभ लें और मैं अपने संस्था की ओर से अपने माध्यम से विद्यार्थियों के उज्जवल भविष्य के लिए उनको शुभकामनाएं देता हूँ। धन्यवाद।
गोविंदराव वंजारी कॉलेज ऑफ लॉ, विधि संकाय का यह महाविद्यालय अपने प्रकार का एकमात्र माना जाता है। भविष्य के कुशल अधिवक्ताओं के निर्माण हेतु डिबेट एसोसिएशन, लीगल एड सेंटर तथा मूट कोर्ट जैसी रचनात्मक व्यवस्थाएं यहाँ की गई हैं। कम्युनिकेशन, व्यक्तित्व विकास एवं अन्य विषयों पर मार्गदर्शन यहाँ की विशेष गतिविधियां हैं। इसके साथ साथ ही पर्यावरण के प्रति सचेत समाज का निर्माण, यह ध्येय समक्ष रखते हुए एनवायरमेंट सेल, यह गोविंदराव वंजारी कॉलेज ऑफ लॉ की विशिष्ट पहचान है। शहर से लगकर ही शहर की आपाधापी से दूर स्थित कमला नेहरू कॉलेज ऑफ फार्मेसी अपनी अलग पहचान रखता है। पूर्णतः नियोजित प्रयोगशालाएं, सर्वोत्तम उपकरण, अंतर्राष्ट्रीय शोध पत्र, नवीनतम CD एवं किताबों से सज्ज लाइब्रेरी, 24 घंटे इंटरनेट सुविधा, यह समस्त आधुनिकतम सुविधाएं इस महाविद्यालय को विशेष बनाती हैं। स्मिता वंजारी अमर सेवा मंडल इस संस्था की कोषाध्यक्षा हैं। साथ ही संस्था के विद्यार्थियों के विकासाभिमुख समस्त प्रकल्पों में वे विशेष ध्यान देकर उन्हें नियंत्रित करती हैं। साथ ही वुमन सेल के माध्यम से विद्यार्थिनियों के सर्वांगीण विकास कार्यक्रमों का नियोजन भी वे करती हैं।
In today's scenario of unemployment, it is moral responsibility of all educational institutions to develop the student for their employment as well as making them good entrepreneur. We mainly concentrate on our training and placement division to help our students to make their career in their respective area. Over the period of time, we have been associated with so many multinational companies like TCS, Wipro, Eureka Forbes, Corning International, Infosys, HDFC, Mahindra & Mahindra and other. We are looking forward to more industrial linkage for better exposure of the student. We have also signed up MOU with Huddersfield University UK and also looking forward for more tie-up with international universities for exchange of education of our students. We hope that this kind of efforts of Venzari Group will surely help students to make their career bright.
यही नहीं, अमर सेवा मंडल की ओर से कामकाजी महिलाओं तथा विद्यार्थिनियों के लिए संपूर्ण आधुनिक सुविधाओं से युक्त कमला नेहरू गर्ल्स एवं वर्किंग वुमेन्स हॉस्टल अपने आप में एक विशेष उपलब्धि है। संस्था के सक्करदरा स्थित कमला नेहरू गर्ल्स हॉस्टल व प्रियदर्शिनी गर्ल्स हॉस्टल में बाहर से आई हुई विद्यार्थिनियों के लिए अत्याधुनिक सुविधाओं की विशेष व्यवस्था है। किताबी शिक्षा के अतिरिक्त विद्यार्थियों के व्यक्तित्व में निखार लाना शिक्षा का मूलभूत उद्देश्य है। यह अमर सेवा मंडल की विचारधारा है। इस दृष्टि से विभिन्न स्पर्धाओं का आयोजन, प्राध्यापकों का विद्यार्थियों से विशेष आत्मिक संबंध एवं नवीनतम तकनीकी सुविधाओं की उपलब्धता यहाँ के महत्वपूर्ण पहलू हैं। जहाँ एक ओर शिक्षा का क्षेत्र व्यावसायिकता, कृत्रिमता एवं औपचारिकता से बोझिल होता जा रहा है, वहीं अपनी प्रामाणिक प्रतिबद्धता के साथ नैतिकता का पाठ पढ़ाने वाले अध्यापकों का निर्माण भी अमर सेवा मंडल कर रहा है। गोविंदराव वंजारी कॉलेज ऑफ एजुकेशन के माध्यम से पढ़ाना यह मात्र किताबी ज्ञान को बांटने का काम नहीं, बल्कि सर्वांगीण विकास के समस्त पहलुओं से विद्यार्थियों को अवगत कराना होता है। इस आधार पर बीएड, एमएड, डीटीएड इन सभी पाठ्यक्रमों का अध्यापन नैसर्गिक सौंदर्य युक्त सौहार्दपूर्ण वातावरण में यहाँ होता है। यह महाविद्यालय समाज के सशक्त प्रहरियों को निर्माण करने वाले शिक्षकों के निर्माण का कटिबद्ध स्रोत है। विद्यादान सबसे बड़ी सेवा है और इसके साथ जब सामाजिक सेवा का अभियान जुड़ जाता है, तब अमर सेवा मंडल जैसी संस्थाएं प्रेरक मार्गदर्शक बनकर समाज का, देश का मार्गदर्शन करने के लिए आदर्श मानी जाती है। यह बरगद यूं ही खिलता रहे, जिसकी छांव में अन्य महत् कार्य फलते फूलते रहें, यही समय की आवश्यकता है।
हौसला दिल में है, साथ है ज्ञान,
हम समाज की, देश की शान।
हौसला दिल में है, साथ है ज्ञान, हम समाज की, देश की शान। We move to build the nation, we redefine education. We move to build the nation, we redefine education. शिक्षा के अंधेरे ना पले,
हर घर में ज्ञान का दीप जले।
शिक्षा के अंधेरे ना पले, जीवन के लक्ष्य को पाने हम पढ़ते चले, बढ़ते चले।
We move to build the nation, we redefine education. We move to build the nation, we redefine education. Vanzari Group of Institutions.
Good morning, all of you.
Good morning, madam.
Good morning and welcome, all of you. I am Dr. S.D. Deshbrata on the behalf of Kamla Neहरू Mahavidyalaya. I welcome you all. Today, we are here for an international web conference on digitized English and social media, organized by the Department of English, Kamla Neहरू Mahavidyalaya. Before we start the session, let me pay my homage to late Govindraoji Vanzari, founder president of Amar Seva Mandal. I also acknowledge the patronage of Honorable Dr. Srimati Suhasini Ji Vanzari, President Amar Seva Mandal, Honorable Advocate Abhijit Ji Vanzari, Secretary Amar Seva Mandal and member of Legislative Council Maharashtra. Although due to his busy schedule, he is unable to join to this web conference, but his valuable guidance and inspiration is always with us. Honorable Dr. Smita Ji Vanzari, Treasurer Amar Seva Mandal and Senate Member RTM Nagpur University, Nagpur. As Honorable Abhijit Ji Vanzari is not going to join this program, I request Honorable Dr. Smita Vanzari to preside over this inaugural session of International Web Conference. I take this opportunity to welcome Honorable Dilip Barad, Chief Guest of this inaugural session, Honorable Dr. Liela Mohana, Honorable Victoria Davratan, Honorable Dr. Anjali Patil, and Honorable Dr. Urmila Dabi. I welcome all academicians and dignitaries who are present in this international webinar. I also welcome all participants across the India as well as from abroad. Kamla Nehru Mahavidyalaya is the best among top colleges of Central India and Nagpur city. Our college name is being taken with respect for discipline by the parents as well as by the academician. This web conference is an initiative to ponder over the new challenges in front of the teaching community, especially digitized English and social media. As we have witnessed extremely difficult period of human civilization, this situation is wake-up call for everybody and every sector. It has completely changed the challenges and opportunities in front of teaching sector. All over the world, academicians and interpreters are busy in defining the new dimension and the challenges. In this scenario, we have along with us a distinguished speaker to throw a light on this issue, that is digitized English and social media. There are certain aspects of English language that have been affected both positively and negatively, and I'm sure our speakers will plunge into the details of this subject. Now I request Professor Sachin Jhade to lead the guest for the formal inauguration of this international web conference. I request Dr. Dilip Barad sir to light the digital lamp by his auspicious hand. Over to you, Dr. Jhade sir.
कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dr. Dilip Barad sir, for lighting the digital lamp and inaugurating this web conference. Now I request Dr. Subhashimi Mukherjee, the convener of this international webinar, to put her convener speech. Over to you, Dr. Mukherjee.
Thank you, Dr. Deshpratar. A very good morning to all present here on this virtual platform. On this auspicious occasion of the inaugural function of the online international webinar on the topic #digitized-English@social media, in the capacity of the convener of this event, I accord you all a warm welcome. We are blessed to have some of the most erudite personalities associated with us for this event. I feel proud and elated to welcome the chief guest and inaugurator of today's international webinar, Professor Dilip Barad, Dean, Faculty of Arts, MK Bhavnagar University, Gujarat. I also welcome our guest of honor for today's inaugural function, Honorable Treasurer of Amar Seva Mandal and Senate Member of RTM Nagpur University, Dr. Smita Vanjari. Principal of Kamla Nehru Mahavidyalaya, Dr. Dilip Badwai, Vice Principal, Professor Pradeep Daikar, my senior colleague and head of the Department of English, Dr. Sandhya Jain, all dignified members of the English teaching fraternity, and dear friends. The emergence of the internet and consequential array of social media networks have led to an exponential upsurge in new types of written language in the form of blogs, tweets, posts, and comments, to just name a few. Social media has had a drastic impact on the volume of people with whom we can frequently communicate with ease. As a result, we have a much larger global audience to whatever we write or post. Social media has undeniably changed the way we speak and write English. It has transformed the way we interact with each other. In this phase that the world is witnessing with regards to digitization, we need to liberate ourselves from the pedagogical belief that English is acquired chiefly from textbooks and teachers. With 3.96 billion yearly, that is roughly 51% of the global population today accessing social media sites, there are immense possibilities of learning English realistically and effortlessly. Of course, there are grave concerns such as fake news, hate speech, cyberbullying, trolling, stalking, phishing, data theft, and things like internet slang leading to depletion of communication skills. But the inherent strengths of social media sites, such as multiple directions of communication, focus on personal to general concerns, and integration of a variety of multimedia, focusing on immense positive benefits to enhance contextual learning. Besides allowing generation and sharing of content, social media sites brim with creativity and can be a laboratory with tremendous scope for experimentation and innovation. Certain aspects of English language have certainly been affected, both positively and negatively. Hence, the objectives behind organizing this conference are to understand the appropriation of existing vocabulary, the evolution of new colloquialisms and innovative vocabulary, flouting of usual syntax and maxims of conventional English language, implications of internet slang, popularization of English as language of the internet, wider exposure to global language and people, and ease of second language acquisition. Besides, the sub-themes of this international webinar are social constructivism and second language acquisition, enhanced connectivity and wider access to global language, English language proficiency and social media, contextual and validated learning, the role of apps, sites, blogs, communicative and collaborative learning, technology embedded learning and its interestedness among young generation, depletion in writing skills, rise of internet slang and subverting language, unscholarly and ungrammatical usages, threat to the old school English language construction and patterns. English language has evolved and taken different dimensions over centuries. Today, the proper use of language demands etiquettes, poise, and flair, which in turn makes us compatible on social media. As English is the language of the digital world, we at the Department of English, Kamla Nehru Mahavidyalaya, decided to let the teachers of English language come together and help our students to acquire the upward curvature in their language graph. Hope we will succeed in this endeavor today. Thank you very much. Over to you, Dr. Deshpratar.
Thank you, Dr. Mukherjee ma'am, for putting the objective behind this international web conference. Now I request respected Principal Dr. Dilip Badwai for an introductory remark. Over to you, Principal sir.
Thank you, Dr. Deshpratar sir. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, sir. Please continue.
A very good morning to one and all. At outset, I would like to pay humble tributes to great visionary leader, Let's Govindravji Vanjari, founder president, Amar Seva Mandal. On the behalf of Kamla Nehru Mahavidyalaya, I, Dr. Dilip Badwai, principal of the college, extend a warm welcome to all the respected guests, academicians, faculty members, research scholars on the occasion of inaugural function of International Web Conference on Digitized English at the red social media. This international conference is organized by Department of English, Kamla Nehru Mahavidyalaya, Nagpur. This inaugural function is presided over by Honorable Dr. Smita Vanjari ma'am, Treasurer Amar Seva Mandal, and Senate Member RTM Nagpur University, Nagpur. Honorable MLC Advocate Abhijit Vanjari sir could not attend this international conference due to his busy schedule, but he conveyed his best wishes for this international conference. Chief guest, Honorable Professor Dilip Barad sir, Dean, Faculty of Humanities, MK Bhavnagar University, Gujarat. Keynote speaker, Honorable Dr. Leila Mohana, Jaha College International, Baccalaureate World School, Sydney, Australia. There are two plenary sessions. Speaker for plenary session 1, Honorable Victoria Dropton, Taras Shevchenko, National University, Ukraine. Speaker for second technical session, Honorable Dr. Anjali Patil ma'am, Associate Professor, CP and Berar College, Nagpur, India. Vice Principal Dr. Pradeep Dahikar, convener of this international conference, Dr. Mukherjee, all participants from different colleges across India and abroad, organizing committee members, once again, I welcome you all with my words. Friends, COVID-19 pandemic has had a major impact on our lives. Most of us had faced challenges that were stressful and caused strong emotions in adults and children. Presently, we are moving towards normal life. Most of the industries, offices are presently working with 100% capacity. At the same time, colleges and schools have started classes physically, depending upon the situation of that area. But being the responsible citizen, we must follow the norms issued by the governments from time to time. So maintain physical distance, use masks and sanitize your hands to remain away from coronavirus. Keep calm and carry on. The only thing we have to fear is fear itself. Don't worry, be happy. Pandemic provide us opportunity to update ourselves, to fulfill academic thirst of faculties. We have organized number of national and international webinars on various topics, and today is international web conference on digitized English at the rate social media. Thus, the pandemic situation provide us opportunity to attend online webinars sitting at the comfort of our home. Hence, social media is a computer-based technology that facilitates the sharing of ideas, thoughts, and information through the building of virtual networks. Users engage with social media via a computer, tablet, or smartphone with web-based software and application. The emergence of internet and consequential array of social media network have led to an exponential increase in the new type of written language in form of blogs, tweets, Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, YouTube, Pinterest, and LinkedIn. Social media has had a drastic impact on the volume of people with whom we can frequently communicate with each. We are thus exposed to a myriad of different personalities, perspectives, and approaches when we use this media. Apart from social media, professionals and academic journalists, the measure of what is written by general public on social media is not edited, supervised, or checked. Hence, there are certain aspects of English language that have been affected both positively as well as negatively. This international conference will provide platform to all eminent speakers, academicians, and research scholars to have a thoroughly discussion on the topic. The brainstorming discussion among the participants will result into fruitful solution. Under the dynamic leadership of respected Dr. Suhasini Vanjari ma'am, President Amar Seva Mandal, respected MLC, Advocate Abhijit Vanjari sir, Secretary Amar Seva Mandal, and respected Dr. Smita Vanjari ma'am, Treasurer Amar Seva Mandal, Kamla Nehru Mahavidyalaya continue to attain new height. As a result, our Kamla Nehru Mahavidyalaya is re-accredited A+ grade with CGPA 3.53 in its third cycle of re-accreditation. Our Kamla Nehru Mahavidyalaya offers 9 graduation courses, 22 PG courses, 2 PG diploma, and 6 higher learning and research centers that includes physics, chemistry, electronics, computer science, commerce, and English. More than 30 students are registered for PhD program for our center, and many had been awarded PhD degree. In last 5 years, we have published more than 300 research papers in the national and international journals. We are imparting education to around 8,000 students. We always strive hard for the academic excellence and overall development of our students. For this international conference, we receive overwhelming response. This conference is also streaming live on Kamla Nehru Mahavidyalaya YouTube channel. We have also invited research papers and will be published in international peer-reviewed journal with ISSN number. I hope this conference will definitely aid to the participants' knowledge. Wishing great success for this international conference. Thank you. Thank you very much. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Principal Sir. Now we are leading towards the keynote address. Before I move to Honorable Dr. Dilip Barad, let me introduce our distinguished speaker. Professor Dilip Barad is a Dean, Faculty of Arts, MK Bhavnagar University, Gujarat. He is also a member of Executive Council, MK Bhavnagar University, Chairman Board of Studies English, Member Board of Academic Planning, Member Academic Council, Member Board of PG Teaching and Research, and Member IQC, MK Bhavnagar University, Gujarat. Besides, he is the convener, Digital India Cell, Nodal Officer, National Academic Depository, Member, University Library Committee, and Chairman, Ad hoc Board of the Journalism and Mass Media, MK Bhavnagar University, Gujarat. Sir has successfully completed UGC-sponsored research project on the use of technology for teaching English literature and language, MHRD, NM, EICT, e-content project on e-content for the literary theory and criticism. Besides, Professor Dilip Barad has published more than 300 blogs. Not only this, sir has trained more than 700 plus teachers across India in different modules related to online teaching, blended learning, ICT in the language teaching, digital portfolio, e-content development and management, etc. He has also delivered presentation at a various seminar conferences as invited speaker. Professor Dilip Barad has kept himself updated with the several professionals. Professor Dilip Barad has kept professional development training programs. He has successfully completed online course on the Coursera from University of Pennsylvania, USA, University of Melbourne, Australia, the Ohio State University, USA, University of London, England, University of Oregon, USA, and Harvard University, to name a few. Such a dynamic personality is along with us. We are going to enlighten by Dr. Barad's by his depth of knowledge and practical experience. So without wasting a time, I request Honorable Dr. Dilip Barad to deliver his inaugural address. Over to you, Honorable Dr. Dilip Barad.
Thanks a lot. Thank you, the college, the organizers, Kamla Nehru Mahavidyalaya, the principal, the managing trustees, the organizing committee for inviting me into the inauguration of this very, very interesting webinar. The topic itself is quite interesting and need of the hour also. Digitized English at social media. So it's very interesting because if we do not look what is happening around us, then actually we are not looking anywhere. Remaining only in the past or only in the future is not something that is that meaningful, as it is equally important to look what is happening around us. And so if something is really happening, I put the word happening into double inverted comma, then it is the digital culture, the digital life. That is something that is very much happening thing around us. Language, as we know, is the torch bearer of our culture or whatever we do. Without language, we can't do anything. So it is not the concern only of English teachers or the teachers of any language, Marathi or Gujarati or Hindi, but it is the concern of everybody that what is happening to our language because of digital life, because of digital culture. And so it is good to see that this kind of webinar conferences and brainstorming, people look at the language, they try to investigate something interesting is necessary. So congratulations to the people who came with this idea about digitized English at social media. Very interesting point. I don't want to go deep into the theories because you have a wonderful speakers in terms of plenary speakers as well as the keynote address who are going to speak more in detail about what is happening to our language because of digitalized life. But I would like to share some practical way of looking at this in this inaugural talk. Let me share my presentation and yeah, let me I hope my presentation is visible. Digitized English at social media. Now, here is a slide that is coming from one of my students. Yeah? This and this also. Two slides I would like to talk about. This is notice the language here. One of the students is asking me the question. The questions are in a way similar, but one question is reading, can please guide me how to write answer in the best way, comma, space, comma, space. Everything is very important when we look at the digital way of writing. How many pages for each answer? Many of you, all those who are teachers, might have faced such kind of questions quite often. The another one, sir, space, comma, space, 14 marks, na questions, ma, ketla pages, na. ANS, answer, Roman alphabets. There are Roman alphabets, but there is Gujarati language there. Gujarati language like na, this word. Let me, yeah. I'm just picking up a pen. Yeah, this na is a Gujarati word here. Ma, ketla, is again a very interesting integration or interception of the Gujarati words here. This also is a Gujarati word. Lakhi, shakai is also a Gujarati word. Or I mean, lakhwa joiye. This is again a Gujarati expression that is coming here. Well, so you say that here, can you please, again, something is missing here, you find, when we try to be like a grammar Nazi, or the custodian of the grammar of English language, or when we try to be the moral police, we find a problem, lots of problems. Can you please guide me how to write answer in the best way? Well, it ends there, and then there is another one. So, well, you are not breaking the sentence. The students are not breaking they continue somewhere where they need to break. And then they very interestingly mingle this creolization of the language or pidgins that is happening here, that we can see here. Obviously, we need to, when we look at digital, we need to talk about this space also. Like if you say, sir, then comma without space, then space, and then the sentence continue. And obviously, when we think of academic writing, what is, where can we use 1, 4, 14 or 14 as spelling? That all becomes necessary there. Well, so that is very interesting way that the language comes. This is WhatsApp. This is the WhatsApp chat. Again, you see here the series of questions. Now here you see that what we perceive here, one thing as a behavior of our student or anybody who is chatting, because language, while we talk about language, you obviously somewhere we talk about behavioral patterns of human being also. So we'll go into the psycholinguistic aspects, that what is going in the mind that this language is emerging. So behavioral patterns, psycholinguistic way of looking, which will become a kind of a natural output of our looking at language also. So both the things are separate, but it will be very difficult to see that we can keep the psycholinguistic aspect or the behavioral things apart from the usage of language. So series of questions says that there is a kind of a nervousness. So you see after first, the second one coming at 1650, again 1650, 1651, 1651. Yeah. So very immediate. It means like the student is maybe a little bit nervous about something and constantly asking series of questions. And sir, can I give another presentation in the last? Well, immediately you want to say that at the end. You want to say at the end of the presentation. So instead you say in the last. Well, the grammar Nazis will obviously have terrible problem. Then from our syllabus only, you want to make a presentation connected with syllabus. That is what a student want to say. But and only. Can I make and submit another one? Yeah, okay. Can I, obviously, when we think of capitalization and submit another one, again, there is a missing space, additional space here before question mark. by today during this presentation only. Well, this ... is obviously something very interesting to be noticed by the researchers when they think of the chat language. I can try making new one if you allow, but well, again, there is a missing question mark here. Well, so we see in this two or innumerable such chats or tweets or Facebook or Snapchat screenshots we can take, and we can question that what is this and how it happens. Well, at one level, I would say that I don't have any problem with this. At one level, perhaps I may say that I don't have any problem with this, and so whether it is let me stop sharing if I can easily find. Okay, fine. So if I want to say that, well, I don't have a problem because I can understand what the student is trying to say in this aspect. So absolutely without any problem, I can see that what are the concerns. So language has served the purpose. Why should we worry about that? That is one concern that comes there. But then as a teacher, we think that no, students should have a proper grasp over language and they should be using it in a proper way. So we have to battle between these two things. Shall I allow the language to flow as it is flowing, or shall I try to control the language in one or another way? Well, I know it very well as a human being, not as a teacher, that we cannot change the things which is going to happen, because this is a huge movement. This is not something that is just happening in one classroom or at one place only, but it is something that is happening very widely at so many places. So it will not be that easy that we can control this. Only thing we can study and see what happens. If I have to take a side personally, that whether you want to take and control the language or you want to allow that to happen, well, I would say that let language flow naturally as it is going. I don't have much problem with this language, though I may have a problem when I am checking answer books. As an academician, when I look at a language in answer books, perhaps I may have a problem. Now, how to overcome that is challenge. It is very, very much challenging. That if I accept a language on social media or in day-to-day communications, why am I not accepting that language in academia? So that again is something that we need to look very seriously. I don't have an exact answer for that. To what extent can we be liberal in terms of our academia is concerned, or to what extent we may be rigid in terms of our day-to-day communication also. But we know that this has happened quite a way back. If you see the brief history of when all these things started happening, then we find that I hope I have changed the slide and it is coming up properly. Yeah, I hope I'm showing the list of the Merriam-Webster's word of the year. Yeah. So 2004 word of the year was blog. In 2007 there was something like woot, a kind of an interjection with not double O but double zero coming in between, expressing a kind of a joy. Or Google as a verb, not as a noun, but as a verb. I am Googling, let me Google. That was there. Facebook, again, not as a noun, but as a verb, becomes the word of the year by Merriam-Webster dictionary. And so when I am doing something, for example, I am posting a picture or an information on social media, I say I am Facebooking. I may not be only on Facebook, I may be on the Twitter or Snapchat, but I may say I am Facebooking. So I'm doing something with social media. The same way American Dialect Society, when they started listing down, it went down in 90s. In 90s, we have the words like information superhighway. Now, this was something new. Superhighway is not a new word. Information is not a new word. But when they become a phrase, now this phrase is a new phrase, information superhighway, 1993. Cyber, obviously, 1995, webmorph. Yeah. Now, we obviously have another alternative, webcoof. We have a word, those who are being fooled by, or those who are learning or believing that WhatsApp University is giving us true information. Even WhatsApp University, it itself is a very interesting way of putting. We tend to say that, well, you are a stupid person, but instead of we say that it seems you have graduated from WhatsApp University. We don't say directly people that you are a stupid, you are a dumb, but we use the word WhatsApp University. Well, so a Millennium Bug or E as a prefix, Y2K 1999, the people of my age, those who are around nearing their 50s or in the 50s, you know that Y2K was something tremendously happening, and everyday newspapers were full of Y2K bug, tweet, app, hashtag, again, something, because in our webinar title also there is a hashtag. When you correctly pronounce this title of our webinar, we have to say hashtag digitized English @ social media. We can't remove this hashtag and @ here. Well, so so how does digital culture affect English language when we try to look at, because it's a very interesting history that we have overcome, and we are moving in a similar direction after quite a long time in this process. So in the two chats of my students that I have shared with you, what human beings are doing, they apply jugaad. We have an Indian word jugaad. So using whatever is available to us. Many times I ask my students that in your mobile phone, you have a Gujarati lipi, Hindi lipi also. But why you use Roman alphabets when you want to say Gujarati? But well, initially, most of the mobile phones was supporting only Roman alphabets. So those habits has become a part of human behavior. And so with whatever we have, we try to use it. So that is something very interesting as a part of the culture. Jugaad is very much a part of an Indian culture that people are seeing or doing with whatever available, they communicate. Social media prompts play a very vital role in shaping the way we use language on social media. We'll see one or two examples. Then appropriating existing vocabulary and introducing new vocabulary. Very quickly, we'll overview these things. So when we say prompts by social media, Twitter earlier, when Twitter was introduced, it used to prompt us. There is something written in the background. It says, what are you doing? And then we are supposed to write when we are on Twitter that, well, I am doing this and that. I am much personal when I say, I look inside me and try to ask, what am I doing? It's kind of an introvert behavior which I am putting on a public platform. That is how the Twitter began. It became a kind of a personal diary. It was a kind of a diary about what are you doing at this moment, and you put something there. But then Twitter changed the prompt and it became what's happening. What's happening now? This prompt is making me extrovert now. Now I don't have to look inside, but I have to look around me, surrounding. And then I say, he is doing this, she is doing that. This is happening around me. These people are doing that, that people are. So instead of that personal diary, it became a kind of a record of what is going on. It becomes a kind of a documentation of what is happening outside. That's how it happens. So now we say I from a personal pronoun to the second, third person pronouns, how I'm changing the language of social media. And what is shaping that? Prompts given by social media. Facebook nowadays is asking what's on your mind. Yeah? So it is very much personal, as well as we look outside also. Whatever is in the mind or on the mind, just share it. They just say, share it, whatever is either in or on the mind, share this. So how these prompts control usage of the language, that can be something very interesting to be studied also. Appropriating existing vocabulary, obviously very common terms like mouse, keyboard, monitor had changed way back in 1990s when we had used to have mouse and keyboards and other kinds of things. So then it was like, it's not that mouse, cat and mouse, or a keyboard where we are hanging our keys, or a classroom monitor. Now we are surprised sometimes to say this mouse is also cat and mouse. This keyboard is also a keyboard where we used to hang our keys, or a monitor is this. Well, tablet normally was used for medicine tablets, but now the things have changed. Trolls were those monstrous beings coming in a cartoon series. Now they are the people who are misbehaving on internet. Stream, sometimes when you go in the forest and you say, what are you doing? Well, I'm observing the stream, the rivulet. The water is streaming, crystal clear water is streaming. I am watching that. Well, now you say, what are you doing? I'm just watching a stream, live stream of this webinar is going on YouTube channel also. Yeah. So how things have changed. Fishing. What are you doing? I'm fishing. Well, today fishing is an alteration on fish, but committing a fraud on a fine. So appropriating this vocabulary, same way meme. Meme is a very popular word nowadays. Meme, obviously, people are still learning to pronounce the word meme properly also. Some say mimi, or variety of pronunciations they bring out when they want to say meme. So we go into the history of this word. Richard Dawkins, in the book 1976 book, he coined this word, the selfish gene, where he coined this word meme. But then the meaning was completely different in terms of biology. Our physiology, it was sense. But now it is something different on internet. Meme is something that's spread via internet, often through social media platforms, and especially for humorous purposes. See? So even the word which was just coined in 1976 by Richard Dawkins has already changed its meaning coming down to 2020 or 2021. Even the words like blur or buffering are very interesting. So blur, we know that when we can't see clearly on the screen, we say that my screen is blurred. Live streaming, many a time it happens, the screen gets blurred because of low internet. But well, we said that, well, I am blurred, means I am confused. I am confused. Or buffering, when we are fumbling for words, when we are not having 4G internet, we used to keep on waiting for the buffering. YouTube video, watching a YouTube video was a kind of a punishment. Lots of buffering used to happen, circling around. Now, what we say, I'm buffering means I'm fumbling for words. So this technology has given us a new vocabulary, which we are using in different contexts also. Obviously, new terms like unfriend, selfie, groupie, emoji, FOMO, using alphabets. Well, this is a normal thing which people are now obviously doing. This removal of vowels is something interesting to see. Management, development, when people use. Normally on tweet, when they tweet, they have to confine themselves to 140 characters. So what they do, the first thing that we think in mind, normally when I tend to tweet, I say that let us remove these vowels, unnecessary A, I, O, U, U. Why we need those things? The word development is development without all those vowels. Well, sometimes I think that if things will go in a similar way, will we have an alphabet without vowels? We will have the spellings without vowels. That can be something that we can imagine or think the future of the English language. Well, language will obviously change and it has to change. And I would take a side that we should not try to control the language. Technology has to do the thing and it has to do the changes, bring in the changes also. We know that the way Chaucer was using the language, we are not using now. The way Shakespeare was using the language, we are not using those spellings as such. That is there. And if still people have any doubt whether language should change or not, or it will remain stable, the best example is American English. In recent times, only in last 100 years, we have seen that how the Americanization of English has changed so many spellings today. So all these famous examples that I have given here, which obviously speaks about this, that how the spellings have already changed. And we now have an alternative or variant of the spelling, very much accepted variant of the spelling. And we should be ready for more of such variants also. We know Noah Webster, who after 1814, after their civil war with Britain, America is emerging as a new country, and Noah Webster thought that a common language would bring people together and help create a new identity that would make the country truly independent of the British. And so this dictionary is coming, American dictionary, and there are so many words, 70,000 words. Merriam-Webster, now it is popularly known as. So this can be an example to see that the new language can emerge in the ongoing time. Internet has a similar potential for doing that. What we need to do today is to minutely observe those changes that are happening there. Our research questions obviously can be but why are the fundamentals of language not changing? That also is something very pertinent to be asked here. What is changing over time and what is not? That also is very integral, because From the same example of Webster's, we get this also, that Webster had some successes as highlighted in the above slide. However, there are some changes that just didn't stick. For example, women, this women spelling has not changed, or tongue has not changed, or machine, these spellings are not accepted. Now, why are these spellings not accepted? That can also be the research question. So what is changing and what is not changing? How people are using this language on this. And sometimes they feel the fundamentals of language is not changing. Well, what happens is like 80% of the language remains as it is. 80% of the grammar remains as it is. Some changes happening at somewhere 20% of the things on. What are these? Why this happens? That can be something very interesting for research scholars to examine also. What we need to research also is that predictive text generators. Before we are writing, our mobile phone or our laptops are predicting the text. What is this? How does it work? So we enter also into digital humanities with this, that what kind of coding is going behind in the making of the software that they predict this particular word, or auto spell checkers or machine translations. That all needs to be also verified, because these predictive text generators are going to control the way people are typing the things. Nowadays, as we have auto captions and other kinds of things, so lots of text is generated by machine. And how is this machine predicting that you are speaking this or you want to write this? This can be an interesting area to be seen into this. Human behavior also we need to check. We are becoming too much superstitious in a way that whatever technology is doing is quite right. Now this is our superstition, and we need to come out from the superstitions or blind reliance on science and technology, that all autocorrections are right. It may not be so. So that is to be seen carefully. Creolization due to communication over digital platform also needs to be seen in different capacities also. So this is a very interesting interesting topic, and it opens up so many research questions in our mind. But something very dynamic is happening so far as our language is concerned, and it will be very interesting to see how the keynote speakers and the plenary speakers are making us more hungry to know more about what the digital life, digital culture is doing with our language there. If anybody is asking me that are you with the change or not, my answer is that yes, I want to see how this language will change in our time and what kind of digital influence it is going to bring. It is bringing difference in a very interesting way. I look at this change in a very positive way. Thank you for giving me this chance to share my views on this digitized English at social media. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dilip Barats, for wonderful presentation and citing funny language of our generation. Sir, you have rightly put the new possibility of the language under the impact of the internet and digital influence. The topic you discuss throw light on various possibilities of language, new slangs and all, which is really going to concern for the English teacher. Thank you very much again, sir, for the wonderful presentation. Now going ahead, as Honorable Advocate Abhijit Ji Vanzari is unable to join this web conference due to his busy schedule, the presidential address will be delivered by Honorable Smita Ji Vanzari. Now let me introduce her. Dr. Smita Vanzari is an emerging name in the academic circle of Nagpur. She is actively engaged in the teaching, learning, and various research activities in two faculties, humanities and education. She has done PhD in two streams, education and humanities. She has published many research papers in reputed journals and edited anthologies. She has participated in national and international conferences and chaired the plenary session as well as the presided over the session skillfully. She is not only a curious academician, but an efficient administrator as well. She is active part of administration in the Govindra Vanzari group of institutions. She has successfully administrates on engineering, pharmacy, law, and education. She is an honorable member of Rashtrasant Tukaduji Maharaj Nagpur University as a Senate member. She is a treasurer of Amar Seva Mandal and Govind Urban cooperative society. Honorable Dr. Smita Vanzari is an inspiration behind this web conference. She is our continuous source of encouragement and inspiration. Now I request Honorable Dr. Smita Vanzari to deliver her presidential address. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Deshprasad sir. Very good morning to all. Chief guest of today's international conference organized by Department of English and Research Center, Honorable Professor Dilip Barat sir, Dean Faculty of Arts, MK Bhavnagar University, Gujarat, and research person Dr. Leila Mohana and Honorable Victoria Dropton, Ukraine, Dr. Anjali Patil, Assistant Professor CPN Berar College, Nagpur, and Dr. Urmila Dabir Madam, Chairman for BOS RTM for Valedictory Function, President of Amar Seva Mandal, Dr. Suhasini Vanzari Madam, Secretary Amar Seva Mandal, Honorable Chair Vijayji Vanzari, MLC, Dr. D.S. Badwai, Principal Kamla Nehru Mahavidyalaya, Professor P.B. Daikar Sir, Vice Principal Kamla Nehru Mahavidyalaya, Convenor of this conference, Dr. Subhashri Mukherjee, Dr. Jain Madam, Head of the Department, and all the delegates who are participating in this unique national conference, international conference on hashtag Digitalize English @ social media. And I congratulate Department of English for organizing this international virtual conference. As Dilip Barat sir has focused a lot of important things in this topic, under this topic. Still, I remember and I just feel nostalgic when we used to write those letters and we used to post a postcard. You know, it used to take 4 or 5 days to reach. Then we used to make trunk calls and there was STD lines and you know what not. So those were the days and we have seen, and now suddenly in the era of internet, we are just on one click, just away. You know, we do shopping with the one click. We do send mails with the one click. You know, so everything is so quick. You know, and even I still remember in one of the article of Jerry Pinto, he writes in Times of India. It was like 15 years back. He wrote about the Indian English. And he wrote about the English and English. There he mentioned that new words in Hindi and new words in English and new words in Marathi. So those were the Indian writers who used to write. They used to, excuse me. So they make use of Indian English. Like in Salman Rushdie's Midnight Children. So there are these words, chai, bun, muska pav and everything. Those, even the Oxford Dictionary mentioned it in the dictionary. So that was the era when Indian words used to be used. Now, now this is the era of information and communication technology. People make maximum use of social media as one of the tools with which they exchange their ideas in everyday communication. With the advent of this new world of internet, English language has not undergone evolutionary, but revolutionary changes. Social media has had an impact on number of information recipient individual can communicate with to the extent of global scale and the frequency of communication that was unimaginable before the last few decades. Consequently, social media has had far-reaching impact on the way people communicate in English. Notably, various changes are evident in the way people write and speak English because of changing nature of communication in social network platform. English is most dominant language people use on the internet. However, with the increasing demand of faster communication, various notable changes have occurred.
people seem to always be rushed to pass message across, sometimes without the concern of using proper English. The demand for faster and convenient communication has increased the prosperity to make spelling mistakes, use abbreviation, and improper use of foreign language. With English being taught as a foreign language in educational setting, we have seen that acquisition of second language has failed miserably among several non-native speakers. Information and communication technology, that is ICT, have initiated new educational practice that can be justified use as a method of language learning and teaching. Memorizing of rules of grammar and construction pattern have not been seen by students as very interesting means of learning English language. The result is that students have been avoiding the daily communication of English since ages. The fear and hesitation in minds of students due to lack of practical and experimental learning opportunity of using English is nullified through the social media. Today, learners have developed their own learning style through using different interactive media and reading and communicating on the other people's post on social networking site. Using this platform as a means of communication of teachers from different parts of the country, I wish to state that the social media should be viewed as an active force for teaching English language by teachers and students. Teachers who seek to utilize social media make their students take an active role in their own everyday learning. Moreover, social media has a wider reach and larger access today as compared to any other platform of sharing views and information. Social media is a very important learning tool for promote students' confidence in every aspect of their studies in general and on the use of English language in particular. It helps learner to grasp, create good ideas in English language, are able to create good ideas in English language and communication, communication to them too and to others too. Social media enables learners to minimize their level of anxiety in using the English language. This is because most of the students are afraid to express their ideas using the English language. Social media helps learners to minimize their level of anxiety in English language. Social media positively affects learners' foreign language learning because it encourages them to reflect on their ideas using English language inside and outside the classroom. Social media greatly affect learners' attitudes toward English language learning. Networking site helps beginner learning first level English language skills. Internet-based social media sites could be effective platforms that provide up-to-date information, a significant measure of language input, communication with native language speaker, and frontline learning. By and by, this social media could be divert language, student to deception, unscholarly and ungrammatically content. There are negative impact of social media on English language too. Also, there is a lot of slang used in social media, which seem to be mislead many people to use incorrect spelling, grammar, informal language. There is the likelihood of general weakening in proper language skill because most conversation on social media are full of abbreviations and misspelled words. For example, GN, GM, TY, SM, and whatnot. Commitment towards learning and inspiration through the social media website has indicated higher result in English proficiency. Technology-based language learning seems to be more appealing to the students of this generation. The teacher, therefore, in the era of transformation, has to play a very significant role in modulating and diverting the interest and attention of the student in the proper direction. He has to utilize the inherent instinct and liking of the student toward the social media in a positive way so as to mold and shape his linguistic skills with the help of technology, but see to it that it is used in desired way. The correct form of everyday usage, the proper articulation in audio files, the accuracy in construction pattern can be taught in modified way. Teacher has to break shackles of the traditional chalk and talk method and provide the necessary input to the student as per the changing time. This has to act as catalyst between the social media platform and the students and gradually bridge up the gap, the old and the new school of thought. He has to cater to the need of the present day modern generation, for which he has to incorporate technology-based approach for satisfying the trust of modern day students. The road is definitely tough, challenging, and plenty of obstacles and meaningful, but the teacher should know that unless the student find interest in what he is learning, actual acquisition of knowledge won't take place. So I hope this conference will be very useful to all the learners, all the virtual viewers, and I wish all the best for this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for this presidential address. Your interpretation is very comprehensive and full of information. Now, at the end of this inaugural session, I request Dr. Ketki Misar to propose the vote of thanks. Over to you, Dr. Ketki Misar.
Thank you, sir. Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. A very good afternoon to one and all. Reaching towards the closure of this inaugural function, I am extremely blessed and honored to be asked to propose vote of thanks on behalf of entire organizing committee for this gracious inaugural function of international webinar on hashtag digitize English @social media, organized by Department of English, Kamla Nehru Mahavidyalaya, Nagpur. Gratitude is the beginning of thankfulness, and thankfulness is the completion of gratitude. Before initiating my gratitude, I pay my humble homage to great visionary leader, late Shri Govindraoji Sir, founder president of Amar Seva Mandal. Hello, am I audible, sir?
Yes, ma'am, please continue.
Okay. Before initiating my gratitude, I pay my humble homage to great visionary leader, late Shri Govindraoji Vandari Sir, founder president of Amar Seva Mandal. I am gratefully indebted to patrons of the international conference, Honorable Dr. Srimati Suhasini Vandari, president of Amar Seva Mandal, Honorable MLC Advocate Abhijit Vandari, secretary of Amar Seva Mandal, for their constant inspiration and unconditional support for conducting such events. I am earnestly thankful to guest of honor of today's inaugural function, Honorable Senate Member Smita Vanjari, Treasurer of Amar Seva Mandal, for sharing her views on the theme of the conference. Thank you so much, Madam. I mention my deep sense of gratitude to Chief Guest of today's inaugural function, Honorable Professor Dilip Bharat, Dean, Faculty of Arts, MK Bhavnagar University, Gujarat, for enlightening us with his valuable words of wisdom. Thank you so much, sir. I am extremely thankful to respected Dr. Dilip Badwai, Principal Kamla Nehru Mahavidyalaya, Nagpur, for giving introductory remarks and providing constant motivation. I am also thankful to respected Dr. Pradeep Dahikar, Vice Principal Kamla Nehru Mahavidyalaya, Nagpur, for always providing support and encouragement. I express my sincere thanks to the convener of this international webinar, Professor Subhashri Mukherjee, for her elaborate convener's address. I am also thankful to moderator of the inaugural session, Dr. Deshpratap Sir, for smoothly conducting the session. Without participants, there is no success to any program. Therefore, I mention my deep sense of appreciation for all their participants from across the country and over the globe. I am also grateful to all who have directly or indirectly supported for the success of the program. Thank you again, one and all. Stay safe. Have a nice day. Over to you, Deshpata sir.
Thank you, Dr. Misa. Now, without making a delay, we are going to start keynote address. To conduct this session, I invite Dr. Sandhya Jain, HOD, Department of English. Over to you, Dr. Sandhya Jain.
Thanks, Deshpata. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope I am pretty audible.
Yes, ma'am.
All dignitaries in the virtual conference on digitized English are cordially welcome. Honorable Professor Dr. Dilip Barad, the Dean, Faculty of Arts, MK Bhavnagar University, Gujarat. Honorable Dr. Liela Mohenna from Al Zahra College, International Baccalaureate, World School, Sydney. Honorable Dr. Victoria Drobatan from Taras Shevchenko National University, Ukraine. Honorable Dr. Smita Vanjari, Treasurer, Amar Seva Mandal, and the member of the Management Council, RTM Nagpur University. Honorable Dr. Urmila Dabi, Principal, Keval Ramani Girls College, Nagpur, and the Chairperson of the Board of Studies of English, Nagpur University. Honorable Dr. Anjali Patel, Associate Professor, CPN Berar College, Nagpur. Respected Dr. Dilip Badwai, Principal, Kamla Nehru Mahavidyalaya, and Dr. Pradeep Dahikar, Vice Principal, Kamla Nehru Mahavidyalaya. All the esteemed participant guests all over the world, my colleagues, dear students, I welcome you all for the keynote address. I feel especially privileged to host such an august gathering worldwide. We would have been happier to host the academic venture physically had it not been a period of pandemic crisis. Anyways, after the inauguration session, we move towards further proceedings. Here we have Dr. Liela A. Mohenna, the head of PYP program and the coordinator at Al Zahra College, International Baccalaureate, World School, Sydney, Australia, amongst us to deliver keynote address for the international webinar on digitized English at social media, organized by Kamla Nehru College, Nagpur. Dr. Liela Mohenna has done her doctorate in education from the University of Technology, Sydney, for which she received Outstanding Thesis Award from the New South Wales Institute of Research. She has done her MA in teaching English to speakers of other languages from University of Technology, Sydney. She has also done a certificate course in assessment and workplace training from Technical and Further Education Institute, New South Wales. She is a specialist in designing and developing learning programs, developing assessment tools, facilitating individual and group-based learning, and assessing competence. She has also done various courses in language development, theory and practice, systemic functional linguistics, language and social context, literacy and language learning, literacy and language learning, phonology and pronunciation, curriculum development, research approaches, etc. She was also a sessional tutor for Faculty of Education in Notre Dame University, Sydney, where she worked on teaching literacy and English course to pre-service teachers, specifically related to systemic functional grammar, critical literacy, and children's literature. She has delivered talks in several international conferences in US, Sudan, Dubai, and India. She has undertaken several training programs related with integrated technology in learning, training workshops. She has also undergone professional training related to IELTS writing and speaking examiners, both general and academic, from the British Council. She has also undertaken training programs related to the International Baccalaureate Organization at Adelaide and Hong Kong. Such a great scholar linguist has been gracious and kind enough to accept our invitation to deliver keynote address on the current issue of the digitization of English in changed scenario of social media.
The exposure to myriads of social electronic media platforms, English language has been vastly affected with both positive and negative impacts on how people write and speak the language. The demand for faster and convenient communication has increased the propensity to make spelling mistakes, use abbreviations, and improper use of informal language. Therefore, it becomes imperative to study the long and short-term effects of these changes on English as a language. Honorable Dr. Mohanna is going to throw light on this burning issue. We are looking forward to listening to her address. I humbly request Dr. Liela Mohanna from Al Zahra College, International Baccalaureate World School to enlighten us. Dr. Mohanna, please. Dr. Mohanna, please unmute yourself.
Got it. Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes, yes. Now you are pretty audible.
Just good morning to you.
Welcome.
Good morning to my colleagues in India. And at the moment here, it is almost 7 p.m. in Australia. I would like to just say good evening, everyone. And I'd like to start by saying how delighted I am to have this opportunity to present at your conference today. I'm extremely honored. And I'd like to thank Professor Subhashri and Professor Anjali for also extending this invitation for me to speak. I'm only disappointed that this gathering is virtual because of the pandemic, as you said, and that we are not able to gather in the beautiful city of Nagpur for this event. The focus of my talk today is to report, sorry, I'm just going to share my screen first. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Okay, excellent. So when Professor Subhashri and Professor Anjali asked me to present, I decided to focus on the teachers' perceptions of the impact of social media on their students' literacy, communication skills, and their learning. So to begin with, I think we're all aware that our young people today are major and constant users of social media. As educators, we are often very well placed to make very informed judgments about our students' learning. Teachers have first-hand experience with their students, and they expect their secondary and tertiary students to complete a range of tasks. And these tasks often require students to demonstrate significant linguistic competence. For this reason, I focused this study on teachers' perceptions. So in terms of the methodology, just to begin with, I decided to focus on looking at kind of interviewing teachers who were working with senior secondary students. And also I also interviewed a number of lecturers who were teaching undergraduate programs in Qatar, in Lebanon, and in Oman. So these the interviews that I conducted with these teachers focused on students' use of social media platforms, the teachers' perceptions of the benefits of the social media on students' language learning and learning in general, teachers' concerns about the social media engagement and how they believe it may be adversely affecting students' language skills in their learning. And also the interviews also looked at the teachers' perceptions on the implications for pedagogy. So the participants that I interviewed, for this, I didn't want to write their names, but these are I just used letters for the participants as pseudonyms. So three of these, I interviewed 7 teachers. This is a preliminary study. The first 3, as you can see, were secondary high school teachers teaching year 11 and year 12 students, international baccalaureate courses, and also teaching state school curriculum, so New South Wales Education Standards Authority curriculum. So the teachers that I interviewed taught theory of knowledge courses, which is an IB diploma education program component. They taught technology and applied science. They also taught English. The tertiary lecturers that I interviewed were international. So I interviewed, so ZA is a lecturer teaching in the foundations program in Muscat, Oman. Z is a lecturer in literature in Beirut, Lebanon. R is a teaches EFL in the foundations program in Qatar University. And and D is based in Australia. She teaches in the foundation program in one of our universities in Sydney. So to begin with, I'd like to define social media. I guess it's the range of online platforms that are available to us today, which enable us to build and reflect on social relations with others. Since the 1990s, we've witnessed an explosion in the popularity of social media, along with what has been given a range of names for the language that we see being used on social media. So you'll see it in various journals or various scholarly texts being called e-style or netlingo. Crystal calls it netspeak or oralized written text. In terms of the popularity of social media, so adults under the age of 30 today mainly use Instagram, Snapchat, and TikTok. I know for the older generation, including myself, I'm more of a Facebook user. I'm sure that many of you will probably be in the same probably share the same experience. With the teens that would be the focus of this kind of study, and the students, the kinds of students or the age range of students, the millennials that our teachers are teaching at the moment, it's more of the YouTube, Instagram, Snapchat, and less of Facebook and Twitter. So if you look at YouTube and Instagram and Snapchat, it's very different to the typical, the kind of social interactions that we have on Facebook. YouTube and Instagram, Snapchat are very multimodal social media platforms. A lot of video, audio, images, much less, comparatively less focus on or less reliance on text as such for communication as would be the case with Facebook and Twitter or other blogs and so on. So these are the kinds of social media platforms that our young people are using. And we need to, that is a very, very important consideration. And I will go back to I will go back to multimodality later on in my presentation. So I'm sure you've probably come across a lot of articles that have explored the positive effects of technology and social media on students' language skills and their learning in general. Some studies have looked at, have argued that technology use in the classroom has been found to reduce ambiguity and learner anxiety in general. Other studies have concluded that social media enhances productive language skills, so writing and speaking, especially by serving as a motivating factor in learning. The famous linguist David Crystal also argued that the use of screens has meant that young people are reading now more than ever before because of the constant, exposure, the constant exposure to the texts and things that they get on their devices. He also argued in his book that students are now writing more than ever because the amount of texting that they use in their communication. But just in terms of that, this work, David Crystal's work was criticized because it didn't rely on a lot of data. So in terms of the negative effects on language learning, language skills and learning, a lot of people have been very concerned about the use of abbreviations and acronyms and emoticons and the non-standard spelling and the non-standard, sorry, give me 1 second, the non-standard punctuation characterizing email language, the kind of the texting language that you possibly have seen your students using, in their writing, or the kind of maybe the text language that you use in your communication in texting. These these language features that characterize texting language have been a cause for concern for parents, teachers, and a lot of people in the field. The perception that electronically mediated communication is negatively affecting students' English language skills and the quality or the integrity of the English language. So other studies have argued that social networks, again, create undesirable reading and writing habits for students due to the common use of abbreviations and unusual jargons, and it kind of undermines the students' formal language skills, literacy skills. So when after doing those interviews with the teachers, a number of kind of key themes emerged from the interviews, and I would like to just kind of summarize and I pulled out some of the excerpts from the interviews that related to those key themes. So I'm going to talk about the ease of communication. Obviously, a lot of them started off with talking about how social media has made communication much easier, that students have access to a huge range of contacts all over the world that they can communicate with at the drop of a hat, and their ability to access experts. The teachers that I interviewed also talked about their perceptions of the use of social media and its impacts on students' reading. They also talked about NetSpeak, which has been extensively discussed in the literature. They also talked about, just from their experiences of, looking at reading students' writing, or the academic writing, and students' email correspondences to them, just their experiences about how they perceive social media affecting those particular writing genres. Teachers also talked about, especially the theory of knowledge teacher who looks at a theory of knowledge is an IB course that looks at how the sources of knowledge, and it gives students equips students with the ability to become more critical readers and kind of analyze the source of knowledge and methodology and so on. And her interview was interesting because she started talking about opinion forming and the trolling that happens on the internet, and the acquisition of knowledge and opinion communicated by students online. Teachers, another theme was, going back also to the relativity of information that the internet has facilitated, and the climate of anti-intellectualism, and how it has impacted on students' critical thinking. And also, just the last thing was the multimodality of the social media platforms that our students are using, and how this is impacting on our learning, and how we need to kind of consider this when we program and prepare learning experiences for our students. So what the first key theme, obviously, the first key theme was, yes, teachers unanimously talked about how social media has given students ready access to information and ease of communication. And they discussed, obviously, the ability of students to connect with experts in different fields, to locate more authoritative information sources via social media. They talked about how social media has leveled the playing field. So between specialists in the field and non-specialists, that they have this platform to communicate with each other. That hasn't been the case in throughout history. It's just, it made information sharing so much easier. Teachers also, on the other hand, said that this may, to some extent, might have led to some intellectual laziness on the part of the students, because they do not have to retain the knowledge that they've had in the past. So in terms of students' reading habits, teachers did not really have a lot to say that was very positive about the impact of social media on students' reading. So they said that students were overly dependent on social platforms for accessing information, instead of using more authoritative sources of information like traditional books and journals and notes and so on. They also connected the students' prolific social media social media, use and engagement with the decline in reading. So some teachers, one of the secondary teachers that I interviewed said that, their attention span is going. They flick. They have to like things, and their responses are very short with a lot of abbreviation. So another teacher said that social media and gaming is affecting students' focus. We have to restructure our lessons because of this lack of focus. And that's Dee, who's in the tertiary sector. So these are university students. She also said that students do not read as much, and if they do read, they read small chunks of information, and they're used to reading this way, and we come along and give them huge text and they don't know how to do it. She talked about how they can't focus, they become bored, they're easily disengaged. And she teaches academic language skills, and she said that she's had to teach them a lot of skimming and scanning skills, so they're able to deconstruct large chunks of text that they've lost that ability to be able to engage in large extended pieces of text. She also said that if there's no audio books, I really don't have, this is her talking about her personal experience, that a lot of people are time poor, and because of this phenomenal amount of information that people have to wade through, there's really not much time, that people do not have that luxury to engage in reading. So that was one of the that was an issue with the reading. The next theme was, the new colloquialism, vocabulary, syntax. Teachers reported that many students, especially the lower ability students, the students who are struggling with language, they did not know the difference between or when to use the formal, the informal, street English. From Oman, they definitely know the difference between the formal, the informal, and Arabic, and when to use it, but in the English. And she said, because of the impact of social media, students struggled with, code switching from the formal written conventions to the, non-formal text kind of language. So there are lapses in academic writing, and I can see evidence of NetSpeak. The norm is a NetSpeak, not academic writing in students' lives. This is challenged in the first year to write formally. It's more colloquial language, spoken word. They can't distinguish between them. So it's really, teachers were concerned that, you had the more proficient students, the more capable students, the students who were more adept language-wise, they were able to see that, the informal, the text, the speak was contextually online for social media purposes, and they were conscious of not using it in their academic writing, whereas students who were already struggling with language and had trouble with academic writing, they had trouble distinguishing between. So again, there was about, their perceptions that, that there was a decline in writing, that students were over colloquial in their writing, that they used text speak in their writing. Some teachers, well, actually all of them discussed instances where their students were, that were using the abbreviations in their writing, and maybe even like in the lecturer from Beirut, it talked about how some students were using it during exams, and these were literature program. So those were the kinds of they had. They were concerned that the students were losing these skills, academic writing skills. So yeah, students now in terms of the students' critical thinking and that kind of thing, the teachers were really, especially the theory of knowledge teacher, was really concerned that the social media has created a situation where concepts and ideas or things have become obscured, and students, it's hard to kind of wade through the reality and the definitions, and it's created, a situation of relativity. She talked a lot about how language in social media consists of short statements, catchphrases, and she talked about, political rhetoric, and how Trump, used these catchphrases, and politicians use keywords and buzzwords on their platform. So yeah, she was concerned that, you know, about the superficiality of the arguments and the debates and the viewpoints that were presented on social media, and she was worried about the students' ability to critically reflect on that information and kind of wade through what was real and what was not. And I'll say just kind of following up from that, R from Qatar University also talked about kind of the similar issues, and he kind of connected it back to what was happening now with the COVID-19 situation and the anti-vaccination movement, and a lot of kind of pseudoscience and you know, information that's proliferate. Sorry, it's kind of been online at the moment, and how it's kind of it's almost like it's extremely dangerous. So other teachers talked about, you know, multimodality and the kind of language that was online, and there was an increasing acceptance and expectation of multimodality in digital communication, where text is integrated with image and video and audio. So Dee from the university here in Australia, sorry for the typo on that slide. So she talked about, she said that we need to kind of, as teachers, we can't have that narrow view of literacy where, you know, the traditional kind of written text and so on, because she said that, you know, the new technologies, the new literacy is all about technology and having techno-literate students, you know, and she said that she was talking about how students, because of this multi-modality, students really need to kind of have a more, you know, have a kind of a more complex understanding of communication and literacy for communication online and, you know, accessing information online. And she talked about how this was extremely important in a situation where very in the coming future, and even now that we're competing for jobs with artificial intelligence, and that, you know, as teachers we really need to kind of think about our definition of literacy and shift it and, you know, and kind of make it broader. So the implications for pedagogy, the teachers were kind of, especially now with the COVID-19 situation and everyone's transition to the online learning platforms, I think that kind of that reality hit home, and also just based on the students' needs, because you know, the teachers are seeing that the students' ability to learn, ability to access information, ability to access knowledge is kind of is influenced by the sheer amount of time that they're using social media, and we can't you know, we can't teach them in the same way because of those experiences. So you know, we just talk, I think for the pedagogical implications really are about looking at how you know, going beyond that kind of moral panic about social media and its damaging effect on literacy, and kind of taking on board the fact and the reality that students are going to be learning very differently because of their experiences with online social, you know, media and learning online in general. So, and it's really, really important to do that because you know, we need you know, our students are using technology so much, and social media is such an important part of their life, an important part of their shared culture. It's extremely important to be a part of that and to kind of take that into consideration in our teaching, in our pedagogy. So our teachers kind of talked about, the teachers that I interviewed, they talked about, you know, the importance of mixed delivery, of blended learning, of a blended learning experience, that the learning content really needed to be multisensory, to incorporate a lot of visuals and auditory and stimulation, kind of a less reliance on the written text, because this is what our students are exposed to. Teachers reported that the only way sometimes to keep our students engaged, you know, is to kind of tap into that, because this is how they're accessing the information online. And teachers said that if you do not do that, then, you know, in a lot of the times that they were going to lose their students and their students were going to be disengaged. Teachers also talked about the importance of transferable skills. You know, the key was the critical literacy skills that need to be accompanied by critical visual literacy skills. so that students are able to analyze and evaluate the reliability and validity of, visual or multimodal texts. So I think it's kind of opening a lot of the interviews kind of talked about, it was a bit of like a panic about students' decline in literacy skills and their ability to, their lack of ability to engage with reading and the quality of their writing text. But at the same time, teachers kind of were taking on board that reality that things have changed and that our teaching practices need to also change with it. So this is where we got to with the interviews, and I feel like I've become really interested in, and I'm going to continue interviewing more teachers internationally as well, and to see what else they have to say about the social media and how it's affecting our students, and what how it's kind of affected them and affected their teaching. So yeah, that was kind of where I am at the moment, and I think I'll conclude here by saying that as teachers who are teaching literacy and language, I think we need to take the reality of social media and how it's changed students' learning and students' exposure to information. We need to take that into account in the way that we approach our teaching and learning experiences. Thank you very much.
Hello, hi.
Hello.
I hope I am audible.
Yep, I can hear you.
Thanks, Dr. Mohenna, for such a
I think I finished very quickly. I spoke very fast.
Pardon?
I think I finished very quickly. I think you might have a bigger lunch break.
It's not the case. Thanks a lot, Dr. Mohenna. It was a wonderful presentation and which pointed so many important points as well.
Thank you.
This was a very powerful and thoughtful presentation of the guest, Dr. Mohenna. On behalf of organizing committee, I express my heartfelt thanks. Her survey-based presentation has touched actually the crux of the issue. In her very good presentation, she has, in a concise way, we can say, shown the changes in English because of social media at the secondary and tertiary level of education. Actually, these levels themselves, they have changed the social scenario, including language. I want to supplement one thing. Your presentation was very good, but one point I want to add, Dr. Barad also brought it to notice. Actually, we Indians are a multilingual society where people speak so many languages.
Yeah.
And because of this transformation and communication, the students, they simultaneously learn so many languages, Hindi, Marathi, English, at least these 3 languages a year, and other languages as well. So this is the interesting cocktail of languages, yeah, where people use many languages on social media. So the role of mother tongue and other vernacular languages, it also has made permanent impressions on language, especially on English, that is the language in question. Of course, a new language is developing, but this has caused a harm to the language learning faculty in students, I feel. And Dr. Mohenna also has rightly pointed out this. It also has affected the purity and the beauty of language, all the languages. The students, they have just forgotten to write down. They just want to just type. So the language has become rather techno-friendly than human-friendly. Yeah. I hope during plenary sessions, some solutions may be found out. Now I feel the topic is open for the discussion during plenary sessions. I am thankful to all the distinguished guests, dignitaries, participants, and students who have attentively listened to this very presentation. But with the permission of organizing committee, I feel if some people they just want to have some queries, they can leave them in chat box because we do have time. And besides this, This is against the protocol. After the keynote, we do not have question answers, but still if somebody, they can. I hope in chat box, there isn't any query.
Anyone can unmute and ask. You can unmute yourself and ask. Leila, if you can just stop sharing the screen.
Oh, sorry.
We are not able to see you. Yeah.
Okay, give me 1 second. Let me just.
Yes, right.
Oh, there we go. Yep, got it.
Dr. Mahenna, one thing, actually what has happened, actually we who are just moving towards a little bit getting older, so this techno-savvy generation, it is really a problem because we
way
feel
ahead of us.
right now when we see the just papers of the students, we see that they do not write the spelling of 88, they just at the rate. So these types of things we do face. So these things, they must be found out, or these problems, they must be addressed to. That is the need of the time. I hope these things, they have to be found out to some solutions.
I don't know if there's, I was a lot of, one of my teachers in the high school said, for example, that, you know, she teaches, she wants to teach Shakespeare and she's teaching, you know, really kind of heavy, complex text, but she said, you know, my students don't want a bar of it. They're not interested. But she says that the only way that I can get them, if I assign it to them and get them to do it at home, they're not engaged. But what I've done is I've just had reading circles. So she's gone back to explicit instruction, and she's had to sit with her students to get them engaged in those readings. So you know, maybe sometimes I think maybe to kind of in opposition to the negative effect that social media is having, maybe just going back to a traditional approach. And then some teachers have gone completely the other way and just kind of given up the fight and said, we can't fight this. Our students are so far into social media that it's completely changed how they you know, access information and how they read and write, that we're going to just kind of you know, integrate those you know, integrate how they learn into how we teach. And I think with COVID, we are using online learning a lot more. It's become a reality for us.
Right now, during this crisis, pandemic crisis, actually all of us have become more and more techno-friendly. But the teachings or the students' language learning faculty is quite affected. They are losing concentration as well. And language is also losing its beauty.
Yeah.
They always they always wanted to in shortcut, ma'am, short mein, and am I going to post on WhatsApp? They don't want to write down. They feel it is better if they post it on WhatsApp, or they can mail.
It's, I think maybe it just, but getting students, kind of not accepting those substandard you know, responses. I know the teachers were concerned that the students were sending emails that were very text-like, and sometimes the emails were so badly written they couldn't even understand what the students were communicating. They couldn't even figure out what the problem was. So teachers, I think, also had to go back and say, okay, I'm not accepting this kind of communication. This is a formal email. This is how you're expected to communicate. And you know, those are things I think we need to teach them explicitly. We can't take it for granted that our students know these skills. I think it goes back to explicit instruction and, you know, making sure that, and I think, you know, also knowing that our students kind of, if they are mixing up that, you know, academic versus non-academic communication, that, you know, making sure that students have models, that you know, that you do some joint construction, that you build their knowledge about how this text is structured, so they don't make those kinds of errors.
So finally, some way must be found out how the students, their concentration must be in the hard copies. Now the students, they want to learn e-books, but they don't want to have the hard books. Our generation, it used to read hard books, and we used to enjoy reading those books. I still feel the smell of those old books which my school libraries or college libraries used to have.
Leila, we have a question from Mr. Swapnil Dhomne. He says, should social media portals be used to promote 21st century English poetry?
I didn't really look at social media. Like when I asked the teachers, do you use social media for learning, for teaching and learning? And they said no. You know, so they talked about how some of their students had approached them to have like a WhatsApp group so they can communicate with each other. They use like, you know, learning management systems. They use Canvas. They use what's it called, Blackboard to provide that, you know, that information to students. But I didn't. The teachers didn't talk about using social media to promote that, you know, the content. But I think it's also that's going. I think that's a really good idea, because then you're using their students' platforms to grab them. I don't see why not. I think that would be a great idea. But definitely not Facebook, because they're too old to use Facebook. I would, you know, Instagram and, you know, the others, but also maybe, you know, incorporating visuals and maybe like an oral recitation of the poetry would be something that would engage them. Just thinking about the multi-modality part, yeah.
So, yes, any more questions?
I don't think
you can directly ask by unmuting yourself, anyone, or if there are any deliberations, anyone wants to put forth their ideas.
they can directly unmute themselves.
Laila, I was just wondering whether the pedagogical Yes, I was saying that I was wondering whether the pedagogical tools need some alterations, because the traditional methods that are adopted usually in this part of the world, the students don't find them much interesting and appealing. So could we have some changes in the approach perhaps of the teachers? Moreover, could we include some ICT enabled aspects in the teaching of English language? I would like to have your deliberations on this, Leila. Hello. Leila, I think you're muted yourself.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yep, I'm
yeah, we
unmuted now.
couldn't hear you. We can't see you either.
Yep. Oh, okay. Can you see me?
Yes, yes. Please
Okay.
go ahead. Yeah.
I was just saying that we definitely need to modify our approach, because our students are accessing social media and they're online to learn, and it is extremely, it's stimulating all of their senses. It is such a powerful way to communicate. It's such a powerful way for them to access information and to be stimulated. How is a teacher going to compete with that? You know, students are also, not apart from social media, we have to consider gaming, the amount of time that students are spending on these games that are really, really kind of very addictive, because they stimulate them, the visuals, the audio, you know, it just keeps them hooked on it. And then you have, you know, you go to the classroom and it's almost, you know, teachers also in the interview, but also said that I feel like as an educator, I have to entertain them. It's gotten to that level where they feel like they have to entertain the students. I think it's kind of, they're expressing their frustration that, you know, that it's difficult to keep these students engaged. Their stamina, their ability to concentrate for extended period of times they feel has been affected by their online use. So I think we need to do, as educators, we really need to modify our teaching and teaching practice, because if we want to grab the attention of our students, we want to keep them engaged and we want to keep them motivated, we need to have a multimodal approach. We need to think about ways that will keep them engaged. The traditional ways, yes, they're great. And I think that there's a very strong, they make up a very strong part of learning, but we need to have a very blended approach. That's the only way to keep these students engaged.
Right, thank you. There's another question from Dr. Rajeshwari. The question is, should teachers of language teach e-language as a part of curriculum?
What do you mean by e-language? Do you mean like the
Dr.
net?
Rajeshwari, you can unmute yourself and ask, please. I think she means language of the internet, that is e-language, the electronic language probably.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think in different places, like some of the teachers were talking about, like there's some fandoms and there are some blogs and different pages where they have their own jargon, they have their own little subculture. I think, and then you have like Twitter, which has a word, I think I can't remember the number of characters that you can use on a Twitter post. And then you got the texting language, so the abbreviations and the the acronyms that are used in the language in those things. I feel like if students are part of that subculture, I think that they probably would be able to teach us more than what we'd be able to teach them. But in terms of, I think it's really important to teach students to, things like trolling, things about, presenting an opinion. Time. Sorry, can you hear me? I think I muted for a while. I wasn't sure where I got to.
Yes, you were mute.
Okay, so
We just missed the last 40 seconds or so.
Okay, so I was just saying that you look with the internet language, sometimes our students are so savvy with texting language, even with the acronyms and the abbreviations, that they would teach us more than what would probably teach them, if that's what we're talking about, the NetSpeak. But in terms of, I think students, being able to, comment on feeds or comment on a post in a way that's not offensive, not trolling other people. I think that's really important thing to communicate, teaching students how to, express things, express their message in a way that's not offensive and that's, sensitive to the feelings of others. That's really important because, in Australia at the moment, there's a big movement about online bullying and cyberbullying, and its effect on students' well-being and its effect on how it's impacting, like it's affecting students to the extent that they're committing suicide. I think those are the kinds of things that maybe you could talk about, but I feel like they're so much more savvier than we are with the text, the internet language.
Anybody else? If any query or some observations?
Dr. Rajeshwari, if is your query resolved, or you want to say something?
No, ma'am. It is clear now. Thank you, organizers, for this wonderful webinar, and I got answer from Leela. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
And one observation I would like to make.
Yes, please.
I'm Malti P. Sharma from Sikar, Rajasthan.
Yes, please.
Like now we are observing that there is audio glitch and the transmission and the reception, there is a gap between all that. So this is when we all belong to a certain group of age group wise and exposure wise, we are quite compatible with the digital system. So it doesn't hurt us that much, and we accommodate ourselves to all these glitches. But when the same thing happens with students, then it's a very demotivating factor for them, and it affects our potential and how we showcase ourselves. So is there something, even if it comes out of experience, that we can share on this platform that might help us to help our students as well?
To help our students with their concerns about literacy, do you mean, or how it's affecting them? The negative effects of social media on the students?
I think she means to say in terms of adjusting to the technicalities and adaptability enhancement So if how can we help the students to be more adaptable to this new platform, and in terms of language, in terms of behavioral aspects, maybe, if I'm not wrong, Dr. Malti, did I interpret you in the right way?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Yes, all right. Yes, Leila.
Thank you, ma'am.
I think maybe to become more adaptable to these sites. You know, I think they're very good. Generally, I think these young people are very good consumers of the internet. Consumers, as opposed to they don't know the inner workings of technology. They're very good consumers. You know, to upload an image, to put it, to post something, they're good at that kind of you know, those kinds of little tasks. But you know, technology, I don't think. Yeah, and even the teacher, one of the teachers, the Qatar University teacher that I spoke to, he said that they're great on their devices, they're great with the social media, but when you ask them to do things like, you know, fill in a PDF worksheet and upload that to the you know, to the learning management system, they would ask for instructions about that. So I think maybe moving students, if we're talking about the online platforms and you know, students' ability to access that information or access to technology, I think moving students from you know, consumers of the technology to also knowing to become more adept users of the technology as well. I hope that answers the question.
Yes, thank you.
I hope,
yes.
Dr.
Yes,
Malti.
Yes, Dr.
I hope
Jain,
she
please
satisfied.
continue.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Dr. Malti, are you satisfied or something else?
Yeah.
One thing I also want.
Again, right now also, there was a partial glitch. Well, the thing is, because throughout the webinar, we have been addressing these issues.
Yeah.
It's not that big a problem to reach a solution. But what happens is that it is for the students, especially when they get demotivated, they run away.
It's hard, you know.
I think we can counsel them during the sessions itself, day to day when we take the lectures. Maybe we can spare a few seconds for just counseling them and mentally for this new world and how they can adapt themselves to the from the physical to the digital. And as there is a new coined word these days, phygital. So if we can counsel them and we can talk to them, I think they'll be able to come out of these situations in a very positive way.
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Malti. Dr. Jain, you can conclude,
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you.
So now it was a quite fruitful session and quite fruitful observations and discussions also took place. Thanks a lot, Dr. Mohenna, for your presentation.
It's lovely to
and
speak
for
to everyone.
Dr. Malti Sharma and some others who just left questions at the last moment. Thanks a lot. Thanks, everyone. And we move towards other plenary sessions where we can have discussion in detail. Over to Dr. Shardul. Thanks a lot, everyone, once again. Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Jain. Am I audible?
Yes, audible.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, one and all. This is Dr. Shardul Wag on behalf of Organizing Committee. Welcomes you all in today's one-day international webinar on #Digitize English at social media. English language has witnessed a tremendous change in the last few decades, owing to the emergence of digital world. Construction patterns and usage have undergone a drastic alteration. While using social media, a lot of written English is used. Hence, it is necessary to understand the new ways of using the written form of English. For the first plenary session, we are extremely pleased to have with us Honorable Dr. Victoria Drobutin from Ukraine. Before she proceeds, let me have a pleasure to introduce our distinguished guest. Victoria Drobutin is an assistant professor at Taras Shevchenko National University of Kyiv, Ukraine. Her research interests lie within cognitive linguistic pedagogy and language testing and assessment. She has experience in teaching conversational English, business English, rhetorical grammar, academic English. Her key focus has been on language testing and assessment with special reference to IELTS exam. She conducts training sessions for Ukrainian Association of Language Testing and Assessment. She has developed new courses in communicative strategies, developed entrance tests in EAP for graduate applicants, and has worked for cross-cultural communication. She is a specialist teacher at higher educational institutions with specialization in philology of English and French language and literatures. She has professional trainings related to testing and assessment for effective foreign language learning from Ukraine, BAL testing, evaluation and assessment, University of London, assessing source-based writing for University of Bremen, Germany, developing professional skills of university students, Ukraine. Recently, she has delivered talks in the conference on the themes of philology and linguistics in the digital age in Budapest and language assessment literacy, theory and practice in Cyprus. It is really indeed great pleasure to have you on this webinar, ma'am. So now I request to call upon Dr. Victoria Dobutin on this virtual stage to process her session. Over to you, Dr. Victoria.
So, hello, everyone. Hello. Tell me whether you hear me, because you see, I hear you with some interruptions.
Yes, we can clearly hear you, Victoria. Please go ahead.
So that's great. Thank you. So I think that I'll share my screen. Yes. Okay. Do you see my screen?
Yes, ma'am. Very well.
Yes.
Yes,
So,
yes.
yeah, that's good. Thank you very much. So it's an honor to be a participant of your international conference, and at the same time is a great chance to share the knowledge and broaden our scientific horizons. So to continue the topic of your conference, my presentation is devoted to a very important issue. And to be more precise, I would like to speak about the ways how to develop and improve students' writing skills. You see, this task is not so easy to do when we work in classrooms. And of course, it is twice as difficult to do when we are online. So I see that my internet connection is unstable, so I beg my pardon. COVID-19 has changed our personal and professional lives, and in the context of education, 2019 and 2020 will go down to history as the years that turned the world into a global village of emergency online learning. So I want to specify why I use this terminology, emergency online learning, because the format of learning and teaching which we offer to our students was the response to a crisis. And unfortunately, we had to respond very quickly. So it means that neither traditional face-to-face nor blended educational patterns in pandemic. So the teachers were forced to reshape their approaches and offer efficient online tools to provide high standard teaching and learning in all educational settings. I would say that this kind of online educational activity was meaningfully different from well-planned online experiences in terms of course design, preparation and development. The most crucial issue was time. We know that usually it takes from 6 to 9 months to design a fully online university course. Consequently, we teachers were faced with a challenge of fast development of online courses. But there is a question: did everything we do meet the requirements of successful online teaching and learning? I think without. In case of our Ukraine instructional and institutional level, there was no clear guidance regulating the teachers' and students' behavior under new conditions. Neither there were any instructional technical support to the teachers. Of course, we have to speak about the personal level. So on the personal level, there was a reluctance of teachers to shift online, and there were some specific reasons. And I think that the first and the most crucial reason was that our lecturers explain and they complain level of information and communication technologies, applications literacy, as well as the lack of knowledge of online platforms and tools. And the second thing that is also important, that we had to transfer all teaching materials into online platforms. And that appeared to be very time and effort consuming. So our workload triples without any financial compensations. So we know that there was general skepticism about online teaching, but what to say about online teaching writing? The overall skepticism was really very great. And most lecturers expressed doubt that online tools could enable effective teaching and fair assessment of productive skills. Another point of worry was that the students' habits of using or to use copy and paste habit would be very difficult to combat. But aware of the successful approaches and international achievements in online teaching writing, we did realize the importance of implementing best practices of online teaching writing, and that to fulfill that, we have to find some accessible and effective online platforms that would meet our needs. So the first stage of our experiment was to find and then use effective online tools for and technologies for teaching cause and effect writing to the linguistics majors in emergency learning environment. As for our participants, they were the students of the third year of studying. There were two groups aged between 19 and 23, majoring in Turkish, French, and Korean as their first foreign language, and English as their second foreign language. So, now, the choice of this type of writing, I mean cause and effect writing, was determined by our program. So we were obliged to teach our students to create some specific products. And cause and effect rhetoric occupies a prominent place in academic discourse and writing. No less significant is it in social discourse and everyday communication. Since the purpose of cause and effect writing is to reveal the relationship between various events and phenomena in terms of their reasons and consequences. It is used as one of the most cognitively demanding type of expository writing. So the reason why this is the case is explained by the fact that determining causes and effects is usually difficult and thought-provoking. The connection isn't evident. However, in terms of applying high-order cognitive processing, such as understanding and application, analysis, or creation, even evaluation, writing demonstrates no difference from any other types of expository writing. So what is cause and effect writing? It is a method of paragraph and essay development in which a writer analyzes the reasons for and consequences of actions, events, or even decisions. So then let's try to answer these questions. Do we use cause and effect writing or rhetoric in social discourse and everyday communication? My answer will be yes, we do. Almost every day our students write blogs, post articles, and create posts and guides on Facebook, Twitter, and they are texting many times a day. But haven't you noticed that their habit to express themselves on the level of the simple sentence is used in their blogs and articles? And in the majority of cases, they like to involve simple vocabulary. And even if we speak about our everyday communication when we communicate with our kids, so when we ask our child, how was your day? We can hear in response very simple answer. Everything was good, or just the shortest one, it was ok. They don't want to spread. So, and if we want to receive more information, we have to question them. So if we speak about LinkedIn, the site where people are looking for a job, so we know that the language of the messages and articles there should be appropriate and demonstrate the high standard of writing skills. So let me repeat myself that the cause and effect rhetoric should take a prominent place in academic writing and discourse. So even if we have a look at these two simple questions, yes, which we usually like to ask and receive the answers, they are why and how. And on the everyday basis, there could be the questions like that are on the screen, and you can read them. So, and now let's move. So, next, a specific challenge you see in cause and effect writing stems from the necessity of the student to differentiate between two types of writing. So, and in this way, oh, just a second, I clicked the wrong side, yeah. So, and in this way, I want to speak about two types of causes, immediate and ultimate cause, causes. So immediate causes are apparent as they are closest to the effect, and ultimate causes are somewhat removed and not so apparent, and may perhaps even be hidden. Furthermore, ultimate causes may bring about effects which themselves become immediate causes, thus creating causal, which is on my slide. Sally, a computer salesperson, prepared extensively for a meeting with a client. Oh, again, I've got that notification of a poor internet connection. I hope you hear me well. The chain did not stop here. The large sale cause or employer. So here in this short paragraph, we can see two examples of the causes and two examples of effects. So now let's speak about the structure. So the structure of cause and effect writing. So on the organizational level, students usually struggle how to select the appropriate model of organizing their essay. So the existence of several variations of the two basic structural types, block and chain, of cause and effect essays turn the selection into a tricky dilemma. To reduce the level of cognitive load and anxiety, it is advisable that the students start with following a common and mostly widely spread pattern of essay organization. So as usually, they can start with the introduction, in which they present their main issue, which is under analysis, and clearly state the purpose of the analysis. In the main body of their essay, they discuss all relevant to most essential, or from most to least essential. And finally, there is a conclusion in which students should summarize the various cause-effect relationship established in the body of the paper and clearly states the conclusions that can be drawn from those relationships. So it means that conclusions should be about their text, but not about something else. Then, since our contemporary higher education paradigm is shifting from knowledge telling to knowledge transformation model, writing instruction aims to use the approaches and techniques to enhance critical thinking and critical reading. In line with this goal, the integrated approach to teaching writing that incorporates all other language skills to enhance writing skills and create realistic communication in the language classroom. In the framework of this approach, integrated writing is frequently used by teachers in their online environment. And the explanation is very simple, because it makes easier to use audio, video, and textual materials while teaching writing. Processing information from sources of various models is rather beneficial for the learners as they develop a multitasking ability, which is indispensable for a survival and at the same time success in our 21st century professional setting. What should be kept in mind while teaching integrated mind
I think Victoria has lost her connection. There is some network issue.
Yes, ma'am, I guess.
Yeah, she has just texted. She'll join immediately. Participants, please bear with us. She's trying to join. She has joined. Please make her the co-host. Technical team, please make her the co-host.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. But she's not coming. Yes, yes.
Yes, she has joined.
Hello, do you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can hear you, Victoria. Please go ahead.
You see, unfortunately, I was disconnected.
That's all right. You start sharing your screen again.
Yeah, just give me some time. Oh my God. Just a second. Some inconveniences could happen, but let's fight them. Okay, do you see my screen now?
Yes, we can.
Yeah. Just a second. Let me check whether that is, yes. So if integration, just a second, yeah. If integration involves reading and writing, for instance, this pattern implies a text production with multiple processes, such as reading comprehension, rereading, planning, organizing, and many other items and things. So the model of integrated writing, which is generally accepted by writing scholars and practitioners, comprises three major cognitive processes. The first one should be devoted to the selection relevant content from multiple texts. Then organizing the content according to the writing goal. And of course, connecting ideas from different sources and generating links between the ideas. So, let's speak about our experiment itself. So as I've mentioned before, the participant of our experimental study were the students of the third year of studying of our Taras Shevchenko National University of Kyiv. They were not assigned to groups randomly, since the online writing was part of a regular foreign language course. I want to stress your attention that neither instructors nor students had experience in online teaching or learning or profound technological expertise. So moreover, initially, we teachers were, and we were quite negative, and we had negative perception of the online writing effectiveness. But we decided to try because there was no way out of the situation. So according to the curriculum that is built around the content and the skills of our course book Global Level Advanced, a third-year student is expected to complete a range of writing tasks. For
Why?
She is experiencing technical.
Victoria, I think if you switch off your camera, if your video is off, then you'll get a higher bandwidth, most probably.
Okay, let's try to do that. So I'll share my screen. Just a second. So you see, it's really very strange because I haven't experienced a situation like that before, but everything can happen. Do you see my screen?
Yes, we do.
But I haven't switched my camera. Just a second. I stopped sharing.
Your screen is not visible now.
Yeah, I see. Just a second. But you see, when I am without a camera, I can't do that.
Is it?
Yeah. So if I
in Zoom itself, there is a start video option, I think, which you can just.
Yeah, I have found. Sorry.
Yes, if you can just switch that off. Yeah, that's done now, and and we are able to see your screen as well. Yes. Please continue.
Let's try. I beg my pardon.
That's all right. Please go ahead.
Okay. So, and you know, all groups received the same materials and the same components and platform. So everything was identical. And what we did, we used these platforms. Yeah, and you see the names of them. At the time we had our experiment, the platform Zenjenga was named Teacher Tools Digital. So that was platform number 1. Then we used Paperata, Google Classroom, and Mentimeter. So as for the material, we used 2 expository newspaper text and a YouTube video. And that video was per 3 minutes and 26 seconds. And everything was dealing with the discussion, the reasons and consequences of language disappearing. So their sources thematically align with the course topic And after abridging both texts, their word length was 600 words. The text level difficulty, according to the online text analyzer and automatic readability checker, fitted into level B2 upper intermediate. So, and no lexical adaptation were introduced. So, then, yeah, let's take our first phase. So you see, our research was aimed to boost both reading and writing skills, as well as rhetorical knowledge, rhetorical thinking, knowledge of both writing process and conventional writing. Then, very important was to understand the ability to present source materials effectively with the appropriate integration of information. So that's why our research was divided, had three phases. Yes, and the intervention combined synchronous and asynchronous modes of learning. The first phase was aimed at teaching students to select relevant ideas from multiple sources and collaboratively generate knowledge based on the shared and comprehensive understanding of the topic under the study. The learner's prior knowledge of the topic was activated by engaging the students in active reflection through a variety of oral and writing brainstorming activities, such as fast writing or 1 minute speech. And for example, what you see on my slide is the picture from Mentimeter, which we use. And that is a word cloud. And in such a way, we try to clarify their associations and just the way how they could answer the question. So I want to say a few words about Mentimeter. So Mentimeter is a free plan product developed in Sweden in 2014. And it has become one of the most popular interactive presentation platforms due to a well-developed interface and operational simplicity. It's really very simple, and you can manage to create any question and to paste that even during your class. Another very beneficial feature is a time saver in video conferencing, as there is no need to sign up. So students participate in activities using a link sent by a teacher. Mentimeter enables opting for a variety of activities, such as multiple choice, word cloud, open-ended, ranking, scales, question and answer, quizzes, competitions, contents, slides, and advanced questions. A valuable feature of Mentimeter is that an instructor or a teacher can easily moderate and guidance the audience, ask questions, and share the gathered results really quickly. Visualization and visualizing students' responses in real time in online class create the feeling of physical classroom. And that's also a very good and positive psychological, means. Then, another platform we agreed to use is Teacher Tools Digital, or now the username Zenjenga. Since the online writing was aimed at enhancing integrated writing skills, we were looking for a platform that could provide teaching writing in the integration with reading, speaking, and listening. So, and this platform was really and is really perfect. So this platform is and was designed by the British man who works as a teacher of English in Japan. And actually this platform, the creation of this platform is a response to the COVID-19 pandemic, because this platform was developed in June 2020. The platform is user-friendly and easy to access from various devices, including a smartphone. It enables keeping track of students' performance and progress. Then it's easy to create interesting interactive assignments, administer student submissions, and use auto grading and auto feedback options to reduce our teachers' time consumption. The assignment panel, I hope you can see that, comprises the following options: audio recording, video recording, written reports, speak and drill, text gap fill, text to test, video gap fill, multi-choice, vocabulary test, and content page. The adventurous feature for teaching integrated writing is the opportunity to export a text, image, sorry, do you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Very well.
Yeah, because I don't understand. There was, just a second. It's really very important that we as teachers can easily import different video and text and images and embed them into the writing prompt. Then the essential function for the online writing include such settings as time. So we can set from 1 to 60 minutes. Then the word choice is also limit is also here. So then if you want to fight such a negative habit as plagiarism, you can enable the function copy and paste. Then there is grammar check, and they offer to write the text of the essay in 4 languages: English, French, German, Spanish. These are the main languages. I don't understand why I can't switch here. My God, what is... You see, that's terrible. Everything is jumping because... so then, again, my internet connection is unstable. Again, unstable. Then there is one minus, but that is the usual thing for all platforms, that coherence and cohesion is not the subject, yes, and it can't be facts. It can't be checked by auto feedback. So let's have a look at this slide, and here I want to explain what we see. That is what I as a teacher receive from my student. That is a submission. So they receive the question, they receive the task to answer the question, why do we need a language? And that was audio recording. So they had to be able to speak per 3 minutes. So it's really very easy to use for me as a teacher and for them as students, because as a teacher, I can click a button, play, and listen. If I hear a mistake, I click my button stop, and I see the indication of the time the mistake was made. So in seconds. And in the field, give feedback, I can write, I can indicate minute or second and paste the word which was mispronounced. And I usually insert the links from the dictionaries just to help students to practice their pronunciation. Or, for example, if I don't like the way the speech is built, for example, there are mistakes on the level of the sentences, or, for example, the logic is ruined. So I can write everything there. And if it is the home task, I can check when they sent the task. So it's really very easy to use, and I can save my feedback. I click the button, get a link, and I send feedback because the system knows the email of the student. So I usually try to use this platform even during my everyday classes because it allows my students to express themselves. Sometimes the situation can be as it is going on right now with me, that you can't hear me properly and I am interrupted. The same can be with our students. So, and they are not to blame. So when they do the task like that and say and send that, then I can check after the classes what they did. So, and I think that that is really a strong feature of this platform. So, and now let's have a look at another slide. And here we also see the picture from Zenjenga, but that is a written report. That is a print script from the student submission. And here on the body of the student's text, you can see numbers 1, 2, 3, 4. And if the student click the number, he or she sees the feedback, the commentary, so, and the explanation of the mistake. So it's really very useful for them to understand what is going on. And then let's have a look that here there is also the information that we can enable or disable copy and paste, and also we can click whether grammar check is on or off, whether the system is checking. You know, when students are typing their answers, the platform is not giving any prompts concerning the spelling. So that's why they should be really very careful with that. Then the next thing. So there is another site, yes, and I think that as the previous both sites, this site will involve even disengaged students to be involved in the process of online writing, and thus to enhance students' outcomes. This tool is completely automated service, which gives the feedback and analysis of the written task in real time. And the answer and the response is really very quick, so just per several seconds. The tool allows users to proofread 50, 5-page submissions and guarantees 10 plagiarism checks per month. There is also an option of identifying grammar and spelling errors and receiving writing suggestions and automating scoring. So that's really very good thing to use while, you know, teaching your students to create the text and to analyze the mistakes. They are students and they learn something new, and the process of learning usually, unfortunately, can't be without making mistakes. Yes. So then that is the text of my student, and so she pasted that on the platform, and usually I asked and ask my students to make some print screens and send, and then we analyze their mistakes. So, and here you can see how the system can analyze. So, like spelling, grammar, word choice, style, vocabulary, word choice, then the system gives the grade, and there could be e-submission and so on. So that's really very useful. There is a more detailed picture. Yeah.
Yes, there's a serious problem again. So we'll just wait for her to get reconnected. Yeah, she's back.
Oh, that's terrible.
It's all right. You're back. But it's good that you're returning. So it's on and off. It's making the session more lively, you know. Yes.
No. Oh my God, unbelievable. So it's not fair. Oh my God.
Waiting for your screen again.
Yeah, dear. Oh my God. So that is a screen. And you know what I like and my students like, that they can receive the detailed analysis. So for example, it can be like here, for example, you see the box and the enumeration of a poor vocabulary, of bad phrases, as they call. Yes, and the system assess, yeah, how good is my student, and there is some advice. Then there is also the analysis of the transitional word score, yeah. So, and she is very good at it, you see, so 95%, and great job, you see, like some kind of motivation, because really it's very important for our students to be motivated, to be praised, yes. And so that is again the examples of those words. And for example, if the student got bad results, yeah, so the system gives the page where the student can practice and can read and can find the way how to improve this kind of a problem. So do you see this side? Yeah, that is. So what I was telling, but you have seen another thing. Yes, like that is a books. Yeah, like with bad vocabulary, bad phrases, and that is like a good one, and the transitional phrases. Another very essential feature of the platform is that it analyzes sentence beginnings. And you see here, it gives the percentage. Yeah, like for example, adjectives, adverbs, articles, conjunctions, nouns, pronouns, verbs, others. So the student can analyze the mistake and can understand whether all sentences follow the same pattern. So whether they should play with the words, yes, because they know how to do that. So then academic vocabulary is also involved. And again, there is an enumeration of those words from the student's text, from the student's essay. So the grade, yeah, and the description of everything. Yes, but the system tells that unfortunately it can't assess like cohesion, coherence, the meaning of the words. So that is the thing we teachers should do. But still, such basic things as sentence beginnings and the sentence structure and academic vocabulary, then linking words, the system can check and students can work on that. So, and I believe that that is really very useful and negative. So these are the results. I don't know whether I should go in all those details and to specify, just I'm afraid of being again interrupted, but let's try, yes? So you see that we used like different levels of content integration in pre and post writing, then level of textual organization in pre and post writing, and language in pre and post writing. And what I want to say is that, of course, at the initial stage, there were only some students who were very brave to use this cause and effect structure. Yes, but the rest were not so brave, and unfortunately, their results were not so successful. Yes, and the strong side was that like the language, the ability to use the language student demonstrate in really on very high level. And if the initial stage was like very difficult for students, and they were really struggled with that habit to use copy and paste habit. So because they highly depended on the sources. So later they showed their high ability to produce a good text. So those students who failed, so they showed such problems. Unfortunately, the body paragraphs contained numerous ideas which were irrelevant to the sources. And their thesis was not consistently maintained through the essay. And unfortunately, there were some problems with the last part, with the conclusion, because they didn't draw conclusions from causes and effects, discussing their sources. So they like to speak about what they know, what they heard, and something like that. So in general, I would say that we were really very satisfied with our result, and it was unexpected. And the involvement of an improvement of language and mechanics in the experimental group was dramatic, with 100% of the after training products meeting the requirements against of 80% of pre-training works. So that's why I would say that this can be attributed to the effective self-editing capacity of the paper writer and this Zenga Jenga, as they name it, and before that was teacher tools digital. So all in all, we are coming to the conclusion, and the results are really very positive, and we highly recommend to use these platforms and not to be afraid to involve our students in all those technologies, and to be brave enough to learn and to use them. So because we don't know how long we'll live in that condition and how to survive. So thank you very much. Thank you very much for your, so you see, tolerance. And, you know, like today that was really something strange with the internet.
Thank you so much, ma'am. We must appreciate the efforts and commendable task which you have taken for preparing this research and presentation. Despite having all those technical clinch, you never gave up. So that also gives us a booster that one should not give up.
Thank you. Thank you. You see, we are teachers. We should be ready. We should have some immune, you know, against that.
Right. And
Yeah.
that is the biggest task and job of a teacher. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the session is open for a discussion. So those who have any questions can type in the chat box, or even they can unmute themselves and ask questions directly.
Participants can either type the question in the chat box, or they can unmute and answer. Ask the question, please. There is a question from one of the participants who says that we are talking about training. So how can actually the students be trained in using formal and informal language? Because majorly what we see that the students fail to differentiate between formal usages and informal usages, and they end up mixing the two. So Victoria, if you could throw some light on this.
So can you repeat it again, because there was some interruptions? So,
Yes.
so the students what?
As there is a difference between formal and informal writing, and the students sometimes don't understand that properly. So can adequate training add some positivity to it, and can the students be trained in using formal language and informal language more precisely and more specifically? Your views on that, Victoria?
Yes, of course, of course, we have to do that. You know, so we teach our students how to write different types of text. So if that is a letter, if that is an informal letter to a friend, so of course they are allowed to do that. So they are allowed to use an informal style, yes, but it doesn't mean that there should be some abusive vocabulary. No, they can't do that. They should understand that the language should be relevant, yeah. And of course, we have to teach them how to create some academic writings, because they will go, they will work, and so they have to create a proper text. It can't be like that they are using just gonna, wanna, and that's all. You know, usually I tell my students that when you are using the pronoun you in your speech every time, you also should understand who is your audience. Because if you are giving some pieces of advice how to, for example, let's say marry somebody, so you should understand who is sitting in front of you, and using this you can't be used, because we are teachers, we are examiners. So you should understand how to sound correctly. Yeah, so of course we should teach students both formal and informal language. And that's why every time I try to create such situations where I ask my students, for example, we read the text, it was about Wikipedia. And I asked my students, so you girls, please prepare the dialogues. That is, a dialogue should be between a granny and a granddaughter. And you prepare the dialogue as if you are a teacher and a student. And you prepare the dialogue as if you are the employees of that site, yes, of Wikipedia. So, and of course, creating the task, we create the atmosphere, yes, and the vocabulary. So that is the target, yeah, how they can show their knowledge and their understanding. I hope that I answered the question.
Yes, yes. There's a last question. How to inspire students for creative writing? How do we inspire them for creative writing?
For creative writing, you know, with the creative writing, our students are really very good. So they have a very good imagination, and sometimes it's not so easy to stop them. So it's difficult to make them create a text which we want to hear on some specific topic, yes? But if we give them just a topic, for example, like traveling, yeah, they can speak and they can create really endless texts. But if you ask them, write the same text, the same topic, but use these three sources, only these, there would be a problem. Yeah. So they like to use their creative ability. And if we want to enhance these abilities, we can use different pictures, films, different videos. We can show a video, or we can use a song of their favorite singers. So that could be also beneficial to develop the skills of creative writing. And we know that creativity is really very important nowadays. Yes. And usually employers praise for those workers who are creative. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, Dr. Wag, please. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Participants, here it was a first plenary session titled Online Teaching Writing to University Students, delivered by Dr. Victoria Drogutin. who has just precisely explained the various aspects of writing in this digitized work. She has highlighted the different phases of her experiments on cause and effect writing. I would like to express my heartful gratitude to Dr. Victoria Dobutin for sharing her knowledge and expertise with us. So thank you so much, ma'am. I would like to thank the delegates for their questions and deliberations. Well, here we end up with the first plenary session, and now I hand over the session to Dr. Vaishali Charjan to proceed to second plenary session. Over to you, Dr. Vaishali.
So thank you very much. Thank you very much. And it was really an honor for me to be the participant of your conference and to share my knowledge and to share what we did. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Victoria. Thanks for being there. You're not clearly audible, Dr. Vaishali.
Sorry for some technical issue. Now I am audible?
Yes, please continue.
Okay. Good afternoon to all. I, Dr. Vaishali Charjan, welcome you all on behalf of entire organizing committee in second plenary session of this one-day international webinar on #DigitizeEnglish @ social media, organized by Department of English, Kamla Nehru Mahavidyalaya, Nagpur. For this session, we have with us Honorable Dr. Anjali Patil, Associate Professor in Department of English, CPN Berar College, Nagpur. She will deliver her talk on the topic, Flux in Language is Natural Amateur. It gives me immense pleasure to extend a very warm welcome to Honorable Dr. Anjali Patil. But before she starts her lecture, let me have the pleasure to introduce her. Honorable Dr. Anjali Patil is working as Associate Professor in the Department of English, CPN Berar College, Nagpur. Ma'am has done her master's in 3 subjects, namely English Literature, Mass Communication, and Sociology. She has also cleared SET exam in 2 subjects, that is English and Mass Communication. She has also done her PhD from Nagpur University. Ma'am is an internationally certified English trainer by TESOL. Honorable Dr. Anjali has been invited as a resource person and paper presenter in national and international conferences and seminars in countries like USA, Germany, Belgium, Thailand, Mauritius, Sri Lanka, UAE, Nepal, Indonesia, and Singapore. She has the credit of organizing an annual international conference on ESL and EFL for 6 consecutive years. She has worked as chief editor, being a member of the advisory board of several internationally reputed journals. She is the founder secretary of English Quest, a network of ESL and EFL teachers and learners around the world. A genuinely multifaceted personality as Dr. Anjali is. She is also the president of the Gaikwad Patil Group of Institutions, which manages 2 engineering colleges, a business school, a school of architecture, and a high school. She is also an ex-Senate member of the RTM Nagpur University. She is ex-national convener of the Indian Liberal Group Youth Wing for 3 consecutive terms and also the ex-founder secretary of Liberal Youth South Asia for 2 consecutive terms. The organization works as a federation of youth organizations in the South Asian region that work towards promoting liberal economic thought. To know more about the topic, we would like to invite Honorable Dr. Anjali Patil for delivering her talk. So, please welcome Honorable Dr. Anjali Patil. Over to you, ma'am.
A very good afternoon to everybody. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So first of all, thank you very much for having me here. And I'm truly delighted because I have been in deliberations with Dr. Shubhashri for a very long time. And I have been, I could say I've been a part of the journey. And I'm really happy that it is finally coming to fruition. So delighted to be here. I also know that this is the post-lunch afternoon session. So I don't want to I don't want to stretch on too much. I'd really like to get right down to my presentation, and hopefully I'll be able to keep you engaged. Allow me to just share my screen. Okay, is my screen visible now?
No, Anjali, screen is not visible.
It's not? Okay, just give me a moment, please. I'm going to give this one more try. Now is it visible?
No, Anjali.
Okay. Give me half a minute, please.
Yeah. Yes, Anjali, it's visible now.
So it's visible.
Yes, it is.
Now you're saying? Lovely. I guess we're all still learning. At least I am. Okay. So the topic today for me is flux in language is natural, I mature. Now, I've deliberately made the topic so that I've made the title in such a way that it has integrated the theme of the conference, just the way you people have given the theme. I really love the way you've put it, the hashtags and the @ and everything. So this kind of gives a sense of, what really this conference is all about. I thought I not take a cue from you and give this the title, saying flux in language is natural, IMHO is, in my humble opinion. This is one of those abbreviations which are very popular. It's up for debate whether it is in my humble opinion or in my honest opinion, but it really doesn't matter. I just want to say that this was an attempt to incorporate the theme of today's conference in my title. Oh, okay, now this is, again, I'm facing a problem here. Now my presentation is hung. Give me another moment, please. I'm so sorry about this.
Yeah, just try right-clicking. That will help you.
This is a different. Yeah. Can you mute me and can you give me some time of the screen also?
Yeah, sure. Your video cannot be switched off by us. That you have to do at your end. I have muted you.
Hope we are on a roll now. So here you see Nick Cave, who is an Australian singer, writer, author, lyricist. He said, texting is apocalyptic on some level. It is a reduction of things. Now, before we go on to the quote, I'd like you to take a look at the image here. Nick Cave was a post-Gothic singer. And you can see from his appearance, you can see the hair, you can see the Gothic makeup, you can see you can see rebellion. Basically, Goth is also about rebellion. His songs are full of violence, death. Those themes come time and again in his music. But even he says that texting is apocalyptic on some level. He's using very strong words. An apocalypse it signifies the end of things. So he says texting is apocalyptic on some level. That means he's very concerned about the way language is going. He's concerned the way language is being used. And he says it is a reduction of things. Now, in what way is this a reduction? If we can elaborate on his quote, we can see this is what is happening. Now, on the left, you have an image which gives you an idea of the evolution of language. It's just a meme. It's not like it's something that has come out of research. But here you can see what Shakespeare said in the 16th century: "With mirth and laughter, let old wrinkles come." In 1995, it had become "Dude, that made me laugh." By 2005, it was "Too funny, LOL." And by 2015, it was just an emoji left. So we can see from a very beautifully put sentence, it has come to something informal, which says, "Dude, that made me laugh." Next, you don't even have a full sentence. You also have an abbreviation there. And finally, there are no words. There is just an emoticon. So what are the kind of reductions that are happening here? First is the reduction of number of words that are used to communicate. So definitely you can see from the first sentence to the last emoji, you can see that the number of words that have been used has gone down drastically. Then sometimes there is complete removal of words. "Too funny, LOL." When we say "too funny," it's not a complete sentence. It is acceptable, definitely, but it is not a complete sentence. And formal English demands that we speak in complete sentences. So you can see that in some cases, words have been removed entirely. Then lessening of the purity of language. I mean, just read this through, "With mirth and laughter, let old wrinkles come." And read "Too funny, LOL." Where do we sense the purity of language? We sense it in Shakespeare, definitely. Suppressing the lilt or rhythm of language. We all know that even without poetry, every language has its own lilt, it has its own rhythm, it has its own cadence, it has its own beauty. For instance, we very often say that Bengali is a very sweet language, and it's very sweet on the ears. On the other hand, South Indian languages tend to be kind of harsh. Now, of course, this is all a matter of personal opinion. It's not really a benchmark. It's not really a yardstick. But all the same, this is said about some languages that they're very pleasant to hear, like French is said to be very pleasant to hear. German is supposed to be very grating. Now, what does this say? This says that every language has a rhythm, it has a music of its own. Now, this music that can be seen in the first sentence, which is with mirth and laughter, let old wrinkles come, this music cannot be seen in too funny, LOL. Then reduction of the intensity of emotion or feeling. Again, I mean, I don't have to read through these sentences one more time, but we can see that, in just one emoji, these days, we also see people typing K. So OKAY was shortened to OK, and then it got further shortened to K. So I saw that meme somewhere that said, what do people do with all the extra time that they get when they don't type OK and they just type K? So the shortening is so much that so long as the communication is effective, these days people are not bothering with superfluous things. Whether the K is acceptable, whether OK is better, is a matter of debate, of course. But what we have seen is that there is definitely a reduction. Now, what are the trends? It's not just a reduction, but what are the trends that we have seen in the change of language? We can see that in the past few years, we have noticed the birth of a lot of new words. Some of the words that I'm quoting here: meme, selfie, phablet, photobomb, woot. Of these, meme and woot were already described by Dr. Dilip Barad earlier this morning. But a selfie is, until recently, it was not even possible to take your own photograph because you didn't know where you stood, you didn't know how you looked. So these days, it's actually possible to turn the camera around, look at your face in the camera. You can see yourself on the screen, and you can, maybe fix your hair and smile the way you want your photo to be, and then take a picture. Otherwise, what we used to do was the camera would be turned around like this, and then we would click, and then we would just wish us best of luck because we didn't know whether the picture was going to come up well. But these days, we can see that this selfie is a pretty big trend, and this kind of photograph, which is new to us, also naturally deserved its own name. So selfie, phablet. A phablet is something between a phone and a tablet. So already the laptop was something, it was a lower version of the computer. Then you saw that phones came along. Now between phones and laptops, you found tablets. Now there's something between a phone and a tablet. That's a phablet. What's a photo bomb? So somebody is taking a selfie. Again, I'm going back to the same word. If you're taking a selfie, let us say, and somebody just jumps into the screen to take a picture with you, that's a photo bomb. These words did not exist before. We had photo, we had bomb, we did not have photo bomb. So what we are seeing is the birth of a whole new vocabulary. Then appropriation of vocabulary. This is something also that Dr. Barad mentioned in the morning. Appropriation of vocabulary, that is taking the words that were already there in the language and using them in an entirely new sense. Tweet was just the sound that birds made, whereas now it is, it is a thought that is expressed to the world. A wall, I mean, we all know about walls and windows. But walls and windows these days means something entirely different. Windows is, of course, the platform that allows you to run a lot of computers. A wall would be that area on Facebook where you're able to write something to somebody. So it's like, it's reminiscent of graffiti. You write something on a wall out there for the world to see. So Facebook is an open platform. These days it is possible to lock your profile, but earlier it wasn't. So Facebook was, it was practically an open book. So you wrote something on the wall, it was graffiti. It was there for everybody to see. Troll. Troll, of course, was some kind of, a monstrous looking creature, not very pleasant to look at, and also, committing mischief. So who's a troll? Troll today, though? A troll today is somebody who's constantly looking for mischief on the internet. He's constantly criticizing people, saying wild things, saying inappropriate things, and that is why creating trouble on the internet. That's a troll. page, poke, viral. Now I don't have to go through each and every word. You're all familiar with it. But the last couple of years have been the year of the virus, and it has gone viral. But then that was the only sense in which viral used to be used earlier. Now anything that becomes very popular, it is said to be viral. Slang. This is also a trend. I mean, every new trend is going to breed its own slang. Whatever new comes up, it will have its own jargon, it will have its own slang. So internet also has its own slang, and it keeps changing. So the latest, some of the latest ones are, I can't even. Uh, to a new listener, this would be like, you can't even what? It sounds like an incomplete sentence. But I can't even means I can't even wrap my mind around it. So I can't even think about it, something like that. So, but it is sufficient to say, I can't even. Then totes, adorbs. This is teenage vocabulary. Totes means, I mean, I'm only familiar with the tote that I sling on my shoulder every day when I go to college. But totes is totally, adorbs is adorable. Noob is a newbie. Newbie, that is somebody who's new on any scene. So, or somebody who's not very experienced, that is a noob. Trending, spam, all of these are also words that have sprung out of internet slang. Then abbreviations. Some of these are very popular. People know about OMG, which is oh my god, or ROFL, that is rolling on the floor laughing. But FOMO, this was new to me a couple of years ago. I found out this. So this is fear of missing out. I had no idea. Then BFN is bye for now. TTYL. Initially when I looked at it, it looked like totally. It looked like an abbreviation of totally, but it's not totally at all. It is talk to you later. Then TLDR. So sometimes at the end of a very long article, you see TL semicolon DR, and then there's that entire article is explained in 1 or 2 lines, and this is how we find out that TLDR means too long, didn't read. So if it is too long for you to read, if you don't have the patience to do that, just scroll down, and maybe at the bottom, if you read TLDR, you'll get the entire article in a gist. Then DKDC. This actually reminds me of a joke where the mother asks her teenage daughter. She says, I'm seeing this. Somebody has texted this, and what does this mean? DKDC. The daughter says, don't know, don't care. The mother is a little taken aback, and she says, well, that was rude. You if you don't want to explain, just say that. Don't be so rude. And she says, no, that's not it. DKDC actually means don't know, don't care. So at least for my generation, who did not grow up with this kind of these kind of abbreviations, this is new, but it is something that is becoming more and more prevalent. Now, new grammar. Even the grammar has changed. Not only spellings, not only abbreviations. We have seen new grammar also come up. Like to friend someone. To be friends with someone is one thing, but to friend someone. But not only do you friend someone, you unfriend someone also. This is typical Facebook lingo. To get likes for a post, or to unlike something. Unlike had a completely different meaning. It was when we are comparing two things, like this, unlike that. But now to unlike means the opposite of like. So this is also something new. Then to ghost someone. I wonder if you people are familiar with this. When you totally ignore somebody's calls, texts, everything, they post something on Messenger, you see it, but you don't respond. They send you something on WhatsApp, you see those messages, but you don't respond. They call you, you see the missed call, you do not respond. This is called ghosting. So it's like you've disappeared. It's like you've become a ghost. So you ghost someone that way. To block someone on a phone or on apps, to follow someone. So this is how new grammar is being used these days. Also new syntactic features, which are these days commonly used by teenagers. This is something very interesting. Words which are already in existence, the spelling is tweaked just a little bit, and it becomes a new vocabulary. And I have seen kids talking in this language when they say they want a ham sandwich. Sandwich, not a sandwich, sandwich. They want a ham sandwich. Or you're the best human I know. HOOMAN. Not HUMAN, just HOOMAN. You're the best human I know. Where does this come from? Very interesting. Now, this is a huge trend these days, and I'm seeing kids talking like this all the time. Very interestingly, this comes from something that has gone viral in the past year or so. If you have heard about Tucker, Tucker is a dog who is a pet of a woman called Linda. Linda has made countless videos of Tucker. Tucker has a range of facial expressions which are really funny, which are really adorable. And Tucker has become so popular that he has more than 1 million followers on Instagram. Human beings don't have that many followers, but Tucker has a huge fan following. And what Linda does essentially is that she talks to Tucker, and there are subtitles given to how Tucker is responding. And he talks in this language. So his language is slightly different from that of human beings, and his language is tweaked just a little bit. So although those same words, for instance, sandwich, when I said SANDWICH, the word exists. You do not need a similar sounding word to describe the same thing one more time. But now we have sandwich. Let's see what happens here. Okay, so if you saw that, if you were paying attention to the subtitles, you'll see that a lot of words were, you could identify the words, but those spellings were different. For instance, identify was identify. Sorry was SOWWY. So it's sorry. And actually kids say sorry. You know, it's their way of being cute. So this language has taken hold. I mean, it's kind of incredible that one woman with one dog has been able to create an entire new set of vocabulary. This dog has over 1 million followers, and his vocabulary is becoming very, very popular. I myself like those videos, and I sometimes watch them, not all the time, but yeah, sometimes I enjoy watching them. And it is a good exercise to kind of see, you know, how language has become so much informal these days. So you can see I have also mentioned a few words here. Thanks, THAMKS. This is very popular right now. Heck, Henlo, HENLO is hello. Then human, I already said. I know likes. Now this again, it's not, it has got nothing to do with spelling, but it does have a lot to do with grammar. So I do not like becomes I know likes. Or sometimes he intelligent or he good looking. You know, the verb is missing. So this is again a new kind of grammar that has come up. Now, what are the reasons for these changes? Some of the reasons, if we can take a brief overview, is it all started, I think, at least to my mind, with this keypad that you see on the right. This was the keypad that we used to have when we had those, we did not have smartphones, and we did not have those touch pads. So the early keypads made texting rather difficult and rather tedious. So I've looked up some words which were particularly difficult to type. Size, for instance, takes 13 strokes: PQRS, GHI, then WXYZ, and then DE. So that's 13 strokes. Boxy is 10 strokes. Then again, with between X and Y, you have to give a gap, because if those two letters are on the same key, you'll need to pause after you have typed in the first letter, because otherwise it will just start typing all over again and you'll have the wrong spelling. Then lives, it's 15 strokes. So naturally, with that many strokes for each single word, people started abbreviating, people started making things smaller, making things more accessible. The need for communication on formal and informal levels has also gone up, in the sense that earlier, let us say, if we talk about job interviews, we would respond to newspaper ads. The application consisted of maybe 2 or 3 sentences that I'd like to apply for the post of blah, blah, blah. And then there was a CV attached to it. This was submitted, and then we would be called for an interview. And this was the process. Now it has become so different that there are rarely any formal interviews before there is some kind of communication in the form of either emails or some kind of chats. Those things happen. So communication has gone up there. We recently held a webinar for students on how to write a resume. So this is how important it has become to make sure that your resume has the potential to be noticed. So communication, even on formal levels as well as informal levels, has gone way up. For instance, Facebook, if you're all on Facebook, we see that on an average, there are of course people who have 3,000, 3,500 friends. There are people who have 30 friends. But on an average, we have about 400 friends on Facebook. And even if we try to keep in touch with just 10% of those people, that is a full 40 people. And in normal times, or at least before the advent of social media, we did not keep in touch with 40 people on a regular basis. Forget 400, even 40 people on a regular basis. It is not really possible. You have your colleagues, you have your friends, you have your family. And beyond that, your communication was extremely limited, whereas now it has gone way up. Then having friends all over the globe. So when you have people from outside, now, for instance, even if we take today's conference, we had one expert from Australia, we had one expert from Ukraine. So literally diametrically opposite ends of the world, and they came together on one platform. Earlier, it would have meant so much of coordination getting them here. Now it's easily possible because we have the means to connect globally. So today we have connected for academics. There are other times when people connect for business. They connect just for the sake of having friends, and this way the communication levels go up. Then having the tools that enable the enhanced communication. Although we did not have too much communication back then, it is also a fact that we did not even have the tools to communicate. When phones came, I remember there used to be a wait of about 10 to 12 years just to get a landline phone. Today, you go to any store, you just purchase a phone, you buy a SIM card, and you're on. So this has changed. We now have the tools to have that kind of communication with the world. Then tools themselves are facilitating change. For instance, there are over 2,000 emojis on Android phones. Apple, of course, does things differently, and Apple has 3,961 emojis on any device. So apart from that, there are countless GIFs also which help you express what you want to say. So very often what happens is that you text something and you think maybe the tone is a little rude. Now try as you might, you try tweaking the language a little bit, you try rephrasing it. but you still don't have the satisfaction. You still think that maybe what if it is read in a rude tone? What if I come across as somebody who's not being polite? So then you add a smiley at the end of it. I love emojis because I think texting is not is not a complete expression of what I want to say. So when I type in emojis, it gives me that satisfaction that I have said exactly what I want to say and I have conveyed it in exactly the tone I want to convey. So these tools that we are talking about are themselves enabling this change in communication. Also, relatively, we are taking the purity of language with a pinch of salt these days. We are becoming a little more tolerant. We are becoming a little more permissive where this kind of change is concerned. And I mean, even take the papers you correct these days. The way we used to do it 20 years ago is definitely, I think at least, stricter than the way we judge students these days. So if there's a paragraph written, if there are one or two mistakes earlier, I would think that maybe I should deduct half a mark. Now if there are like 5 or 6 mistakes, I'd say okay, they've got the sense correct, so might as well not deduct anything. So we have become permissive. That's a fact. Now here's the big debate here: to be or not to be. Again, I've deliberately chosen this meme to go with the theme of this conference. To be or not to be. What is to be done? We have seen that language has changed. We have seen that much of it makes us uncomfortable. So what do we do? Do we cave in and compromise on the purity of language? Or do we redouble efforts to ensure that language retains its... There is definitely a section, and I might admit that I'm part of those that section, which becomes very uncomfortable when letters are misplaced, and it kind of makes me cringe. So what it is might as well not. Okay, hang on just a moment. You can hear me?
Yes.
Okay, fine. So what should we do? Should we give up, or should we make sure that language does not lose its purity? Let's see. In favor of to be. Now how do we make sure, what are the arguments that say that language must retain its purity? Let's see a few of those. Meanings assigned to words are not arbitrary. We cannot assign personal meanings. Tucker's language, I was just talking about that. So you cannot say that the sandwich is the same thing as a sandwich, or you cannot say sorry is the same thing as sorry. To some people who use that language, yes, it is identical. And you've understood me, right? When I say I'm sorry, I mean, you know what I'm talking about. You know I'm apologizing. So what is the problem? So, but then, somebody like me would say that meanings that are given to words are not arbitrary. You cannot just invent your own words, and you cannot just say, okay, now I have this new word, and this is going to mean this, and people better accept it. It makes me uncomfortable, definitely. Abbreviations or images cannot be a substitute for real language because they seem impersonal. We've seen in the case of emojis, I told you that I like emojis. I use them very frequently, but I use them as an aid to my text. I usually don't use them standalone. So because I feel that they're really not a substitute to what I actually want to say. Then spelling, grammar, punctuation have all been redundant, making comprehension very difficult. So, somebody texts me something like, maybe me and my friend, we have decided that we are going shopping to the mall. And I get a text saying, we are going to the mall today. Okay, there is no punctuation. To my mind, it's a statement. But she has actually asked me a question. We are going to the mall today. Okay, now there are two problems here. One, there is no punctuation. There is no question mark. So I have no idea that this is actually a question. Two, this has become a trend. We are going instead of are we going. The interpolation of the auxiliary verb and the noun is just not there. So when somebody says we are going to the mall today, for me it's a statement, whereas actually they meant are we going to the mall today. This again makes communication very difficult if we are trying to do away with grammar and if we are trying to do away with punctuation. Then standardization of language is important because language needs to be understood internationally. Standardization of language was also addressed earlier, and the standardization, you know, there is a reason there's standardization. There's a reason we have, the same standard measures for time, for length, for measuring volume. There's a reason, because whatever is used in one place, if it is the same thing that's used everywhere else, then it is easy to comprehend, it is easy to understand. So standardization also makes comprehension easy. If the same words are used globally, then it is easier to understand them. Going by this rate of change, our languages will soon become unrecognizable. Yes, this is a real fear, that languages will undergo such a change that our languages will not what we are reading if we read maybe 50 years hence. Language loses its beauty when we bring in shortcuts, definitely. And something that I feel very deeply about, language is part of our identity and culture. If language loses its purity, we will lose a part of ourselves. I believe in this very deeply. On a personal level, I'd like to share how much I have been, I have been a believer of this, even since childhood. Until 7th standard, my education was in English medium. After 7th, when I was to go to 8th, I decided that because I was not very fluent in my mother tongue, which is Marathi, and because I could not, formulate proper sentences, it is time for me to switch to lower English so that I become more conversant with Marathi. I was given a lot of support by my parents, but a lot of others were just not happy with that decision, saying that this is going to affect your score in 10th standard. 10th standard back in those days used to be a big deal. But then I stuck to my guns. Not only that, even when I did my BA, I did everything else in English medium. But when everybody had taken compulsory English and supplementary English, I took compulsory English and compulsory Marathi. This way, it was just a small attempt on my part to be closer to my roots, to be conversant with my mother tongue. And as I said, I think this language is very deeply tied to our culture, to our roots, to our identity, and that is why it's a little difficult for me to accept that it can be just there can be sweeping changes, and we have to be all right with it. But in favor of not to be, definitely the section that argues that changes language in language is not so bad also has its own point. They say that communication becomes easier. Please give me a moment. Okay. This is an argument that is used by both sides. I've already addressed how standardization makes it easier for you to communicate between different parts of the globe, different parts of the country. But when people say that change is not so bad, they say communication becomes easier, which is a fact actually. I would agree that because it is simpler, it's easier. Then emojis are a global language. There is no need for interpretation. You don't have to interpret a face that is smiling, or a face that is laughing, or a face that is crying, or a red face. Not like it's a pretty tame kind of sentence. But when I say I'm not liking this, and I put 2 or 3 those red angry face emojis, then it means that I'm super angry. Or maybe I don't say anything, I just text those 3-4 red angry faces. There is no need for interpretation to tell that this person is definitely not happy with whatever is happening. Then it allows faster communication. We have already discussed how there is a need for more communication these days. But if we use shortcuts, we can see that the communication becomes faster. Communication in emojis, communication in abbreviations, communication without punctuation, communication without adhering to the rules of grammar. All this is definitely going to make communication faster. And we have seen that the need for more communication has gone up, which means that yes, we could do with saving some time. Then loose orthographic and syntactical structures are less intimidating for new learners. The same is true for shy people. I'm just going to combine both those points together. The spellings, the syntax, all this, it can be kind of intimidating for new learners. Particularly in the case of English, we have seen that our students are very reluctant to talk. They can understand, this is the beauty of it. They can understand. When we talk to them, they nod, they understand. They'll reply in Marathi or Hindi though, because they're not familiar with this language. And not only are they shy, they're positively sometimes terrified. They don't want to speak in English. So part of the fear stems from the fact that it has been a trend to say that so long as you don't understand grammar, so long as you don't understand the rules of grammar, you will not be able to speak perfect English. And because everybody is after perfect English, which is, you know, which is, I think, a little unrealistic. But so long as you are running after that ideal, it becomes difficult for you to talk, because see, from the thought to words coming out of my mouth, what happens is that there's a filter, and this filter decides whether the sentence that is coming out is correct or not. Now, if this filter is working in overdrive, naturally our articulation will be slower, and that is a hindrance to communication. So if you do not, if you're not a stickler for grammar, if you're not very finicky about spellings, if you're just happy with communication happening, then this definitely is an aid to students who are struggling with the new language. I'll give you an example. A few years ago, there was a mathematics conference, and an expert from Italy was here. So when he was taken around in the evening, you know, just to show what Nagpur is like, and people were spending time with him, being hospitable. So he was speaking very broken English. The people with him were also speaking broken English. They were not from the fraternity of English. So they were from the mathematical fraternity. Maths and English, as it is, they are considered to be two opposite ends on a spectrum. So there was definitely a language barrier. And somebody asked him, they said, were you not afraid coming to India because you don't understand the language here? You don't speak very good English. We don't speak very good English. So were you not afraid that communication will be hindered? Were you confident that you'll be able to get your way through? And he said, look, I talk, you understand, finished. Okay, that's all he said. I talk, you understand, finished, which actually does make sense when you're trying to learn a new language. So in favor of not to be, yes, I definitely say that this is a very strong argument, particularly given the anxiety our students face in trying to talk or trying to communicate in English. Where do I stand? I'm a purist. I like my spellings to be proper. I like the punctuation to be proper. I like my grammar to be proper. I like the pronunciations to be proper. But at the end of the slide, you'll see a small but. I'm a purist, but what's my stand here? Okay, the rate of acceleration of technology is terrific. It is exponential, practically exponential. Keeping up is almost impossible. Now you'll see the printing press was came into existence in 1400. That only 150 years after that. The telegraph came 50 years after that. The light bulb came maybe 20 years after that. And you see that, you know, the rate of change is becoming faster and faster and faster until the curve, you know, it goes gently up and then suddenly rises, which gives rise to a meme like this, that, you know, man is kind of slowly climbing up a hill, and he's walking. Suddenly he just, you know, puts on a jetpack and goes wee, because that is the only way to go. So change in language is a manifestation of the accelerator, of this very acceleration. This change has been brought about by technology. It is not self-driven. It is not driven by migration. It is not driven by, I mean, yes, there are other factors, but not so important as technology. Technology has been the one primary, thrust which has changed our language so much. The only reason we can see it happening right in front of our eyes is because of the rapidity. This is happening far too fast than it usually does. Mostly language changes are not usually that apparent in such a small period of time. But because technology is allowing global communication, it is allowing a lot of things to be, you know, put out there. And because this is also the age of individualism, where you are able to make your own rules, whether it is language or whether it is your life. So this acceleration, this technological advance has made language change so drastically. Now, there is no telling how far it will go. We have no idea how much it is going to change. Maybe even right now, what we look at as exponential change might be pretty slow, and it might even skyrocket from here. We don't know, but what we do know for sure is that it is here to stay. The change is here to stay, whether we like it or not. Now, before we get all worked up about this, I told you I'm a purist. It bothers me when people do not speak or write correct English. Yes, I have to admit that it is a second language, and that people should be, I should be making allowances. But, well, that's me. I like language to be proper and to be correct. But then, we just have to get a bit of a historical perspective on this. Now, here on the right, I have given a visual which kind of lets you know how English has changed over the years. I think I'm running out of time, so I'm just going to quickly go over this. Now, what was Old English? Old English was an amalgamation of the languages of multiple people, the Angles, the Saxons, the Jutes, these people coming together, settling in what is Britain, what is England today. And this is where, this Old English came to exist. But then the invasion of the Vikings further changed the language. Then came the Normans, the Britons, the Frenchmen. Not only did they invade, but they also became rulers. Now, when they became rulers, naturally, that became the language of communication. That became the official language. Definitely, English was going to be affected by it. Definitely, it was going to be influenced by it. So that happened. And Old English now started getting a new form. Even the grammatical structures changed. The pronunciations changed. And this is how we come to Middle English. Then this language became very popular. And by the 15th century, modern English had started setting in. There were further changes. But even if you look at the 15th century English, which is now considered modern English, we are not able to really read through it fast. People who have studied literature, people who have studied Chaucer in particular, let us say, we may be able to make some sense out of it, but even then it is difficult for us. So just leave apart the common reader. He or she will not be able to make any sense out of it. Even Shakespearean English is difficult. Even the English of the Victorians is difficult, because it is so, it is Victorian English you might be able to understand, but you can't identify with it because it is so formal, it is so elaborate. We do not speak like that anymore. Even the purists today, I told you I'm a purist. I like the language to be prim and proper. But even somebody like me will not speak the way a Victorian person would have spoken. So language has always been in a state of flux. We have to accept that. What happened though is that, there were various invasions which brought about changes in the English language. We can now talk about maybe the invasion of technology. There is no one person, or there's no one race, or there's no one nation which is capturing everybody. It is technology which is all encompassing. It is everywhere, and this invasion has changed the language today, whether it is English or whether it is any other language. This is a very good example that I found on the net, and something that I could talk about. But all other languages have also changed, and various factors have been instrumental in getting this change to come about. And then again, of course, technology seems to have the upper hand. We see that the invasion of technology has happened, and it's not going away anywhere. So what's next? Maybe this is next. So we start teaching this way in our classrooms. This is the kind of assignments we give. So the teacher is telling the students that BTW is by the way, LOL is laugh out loud. Now they have to finish the rest. And the teacher is telling them, please finish this exercise in your books. So maybe, I don't know, maybe the next generation will have to incorporate this, because this will become mainstream. If it become mainstream, yes, this is the kind of will be given. But here's the other side of the coin also. Language itself changes slowly, but the internet has speeded up the process of by Leila, I think. And he's he's a very well-known linguist. He himself says that language itself changes slowly. The changes in language are pretty slow. Speed up. It is actually very evident. The change. This is a very common saying that the only constant in life is change. So everything changes. There is nothing that remains constant. Even if you see rocks, they have changed. Something as hard as a rock, they have also changed their shape over the ages. So change is the only constant. And of course, language is also no exception. Finally, let me say this: TYSM, GRA to be HR today. So this is not again something the way I would text, but this is again giving a wink to the theme of the conference today. A purist smile like me will definitely say thank you so much. It was great to be here today. So yes, thank you very much. It has been a delight. It has been a real pleasure talking to you, and thank you for your patience.
Now the session is open for questioning. We would like to request the audience to ask any questions if they want or share their views on this topic in brief.
Hello, Anjali. Your presentation. Hello, am I audible now? Your presentation is really very interesting, informative, and very quite good.
Ma'am, you froze. I can't hear you.
But I haven't mute. But it's already unmute now.
Ma'am, can you type in the chat box because I can't hear you at all. Your video has frozen. Okay, I can see you now though.
It's okay now? God
Yeah.
knows what happened. Huh? Your presentation, it was really very informative, and besides this, was quite interesting. Invasion of technology, that is the keyword of your presentation, I found. Of course, changes law of nature. And our forefathers have, at least in their wildest dreams, they must not have thought how much change language is going to be having. But God knows what is going to be after 100 years, what is going to be the form of this language, who knows. But at the end of the day, the question is, what is the role of we teachers, role of as the language teachers, what to do? Either we have to go with the flow, or we have to try to be a little bit purist as you are, as me, or this older generation it might be. But the question, it is still a big question mark. Sometimes I feel that the language is fighting an already lost battle.
I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that really. As I said, language,
at least what should we do? What is the role of the teachers?
I'm coming to that. Language is an alive being. If you ask me, it is not a dead thing. It is something that keeps changing, keeps growing, keeps evolving. We borrow words from other languages. We become richer that way. We find expression. I think teachers need to be the most adaptable being in a society. When we see trends, when we see what is coming, we need to be a little perceptive. We need to be we should be able to accept change before anybody else.
I do feel
our
that
influencers, we have to be able to accept change. We have to be able to, sorry, I couldn't hear you again.
No, but somebody else said someone.
If I can just finish what I was saying. The thing that I was coming to is that we have to foresee change and we have to adapt to it. We of course have to be able to see. One thing that I perhaps did not make very clear is that I would make a distinction between formal communication and informal communication. Whereas formal communication is concerned, I would definitely say that I would like to retain the purity of language, because there is a dignity to language. There is a sense of I don't know, I mean, dignity would be the proper word, and that needs to be retained. So where formal communication is concerned, I will not absolutely allow abbreviations and smileys and that kind of thing. But whereas informal communication is concerned, if it is aiding communication, sure, why not?
But
so that is
what
the distinction I would. as a teacher, and I would encourage the use of language as we know it, or the pure language as we know it, for formal purposes. For informal purposes, I would kind of wink at it.
But you see, sometimes line is so blurred. The dividing line between formal and informal is so blurred that this present generation, it usually crosses the boundary. But anyway, it was very quite nice. Thanks, Anjali, for your presentation. Okay, now.
Hello. Sharmila Jajodia has raised her hand. Sharmila, you want to ask something? Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. Madam, Anjali, madam, I have one question. Like, we are from home now, are chatting, WhatsApp, Telegram, mostly. And they are using most of the language used is informal language. They are not in formal language, even for asking formal questions. I mean, formal information, and they are code switching and code mixing, and sometimes we as teachers are unable to understand their language. I mean,
yes.
When I was engaging my first lecture in business communication class, I asked the students regarding the feedback for my first lecture because I want to understand how much they understood. One of the students told me, "Op best." What is this op best? I asked him.
Okay.
Then he told, "Madam, best of the best." मैंने बोला, "What is the best?"
Okay.
But my question is how to make them understand that this is not the language to be used. I mean, I try to make them understand that you should understand the receiver. We are not from the same generation. There in our generation, there is a lot of generation gap even. So it is in the use of language as well as formal, informal. But when we are working from home, even the line of formal and informal communication and everything is blurred.
But then, you know, what I would say is that this is a new learning curve for all of us. For instance, I had students who would be lying in bed and their video would be on, and they would be, you know, they would be in completely casual clothes, and it was like I was sitting inside their living room taking their class. So I kind of made it compulsory for them to sit up upright, to at least put on clothes. You know, the boys in particular were notorious, and you know, not brush their teeth when I was taking their class. So all these things had to be taught. As I said, this is something new for all of us. We have not done this before. This new learning curve has to be negotiated by us and students both together. What I would do is, you know, this is where it starts. So you can first tell them that this is a formal atmosphere, even though you are at home. Now your home is the workspace, so some kind of formality has to be brought in that I'll make them understand. Secondly, I would encourage them to read things like letters, emails, not, I mean, who writes letters these days, but emails, articles, and I would ask them if they see any, you know, even blogs for that matter. I'd ask them if they see informal language in it more or formal language in it. And when they themselves see that for the sake of formal communication, formal language is required, I think that will drive the point home to them.
Yes, Dr. Tiwari, if you can conclude. Thank you, Anjali.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for nicely throwing light on such an important and interesting topic. Thank you for explaining beautifully that how casual communication speeds up conversation, as well how casual language of shortcuts and emotions is important, and how the decorum and dignity of official language should be maintained. Thank you to all participants for listening with great patience. Now we are heading towards valedictory session, and for that, I would like to invite Dr. Sarita Tiwari to start the valedictory session. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Surgeon, ma'am. Very good evening to all. Myself, Dr. Sarita Tiwari, welcomes you all to the valedictory session of international webinar on #digitized English @ social media. We have come to the end of this informative and interactive event comprising introductory remarks from chief guests and brainstorming plenary sessions from eminent experts. Now that we have reached the concluding part of this webinar, we are reminded of the several discussions and deliberations made during the course of the day. I strongly feel that the event planned with the motto to share and enhance common understandings and build consensus on possible steps to be undertaken for meeting the current and future challenges related to digitized English and social media has been a great success. I proudly welcome Honorable Dr. Urmila Daber, Chairman, Board of Studies, English, RTM Nagpur University, Nagpur, who has given her kind consent to grace this session as chief guest. Also, I would like to welcome Honorable Dr. Smita Vanzari, ma'am, Treasurer, Amar Seva Mandal, Principal of our college, Dr. Dilip Barwai, sir, Convenor, Professor Subhashri Mukherjee, for the present session. Also, I welcome all the dignitaries and participants for this session. Before listening the experts from the panel, we are keen to know the review of our participants about this seminar. At the outset, I would like to request Professor Shailesh Bahadure, who was one of the active participants of the webinar, to share his feedback. Over to you, Professor Shailesh. Sir, are you online? Okay.
Yes, he's there. Yeah, he's there. Shailesh, are you there? We can see your name.
If he is facing some issues, can I call?
Yeah, you can call the next.
Okay. So I call Dr. Manjushri Sardesh Pandey, would also like to share her views on today's webinar. Over to you, ma'am. Dr. Manjushri Sardesh Pandey. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, am I audible?
Yes,
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead, Manju.
Okay, just a moment. A very good afternoon to one and all. Honorable Chief Guest of the Valedictory function, Dr. Urmila Daber ma'am, all the dignitaries present on the occasion, resource persons, and my dear friends. First of all, I would like to congratulate the organizers, the Department of English of Kamla Nehru Mahavidyalaya, for organizing this international webinar on digitized English @ social media. Indeed, a very interesting topic in the scenario when the English language and communication have been drastically changing with the rise of new social media in a current globalized world. Yes, the keynote was an enlightening address by Dr. Leela, driving home the point that language is an evolving thing. And the plenary sessions by Madam Victoria and Dr. Patil, they spoke about how the linguistic and communicative practices of social media users have been revolutionized to the extent of a global scale, to the transformative nature of communication in social media, as numerous new transformations are becoming really visibly apparent in the way people write and communicate. Yes, language is an evolving thing, and the resource persons have dealt with all the aspects at length on the effect it's having on the way we communicate. A whole host of words originating from social media and the wider internet have become so commonplace that they've now slipped into the popular usage, and we don't even realize it. Yes, the sessions have really provided food for thought on so many aspects of the evolution of English language, positive and negative, and also how to go about negotiating with the change. So the webinar has really been very informative, and thank you organizers for really organizing this on this topic. And yes, we thoroughly enjoyed all the sessions. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your kind words. Now, Principal of Renuka College, Dr. Jyoti Patil, would also express her opinion on today's event. Over to you, ma'am.
Yeah. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. So I have been sincerely listening to all these things. You see, October is the treasure of the year, and all the months pay bounty to her store. And the fields and orchards still their tribute bear, the month of carnival of all the year. So now it's a carnival of literary sojourn in the form of this international webinar, wherein this session is the culmination of this carnival. Thank you, Dr. Sarita Tiwari. This is Jyoti Patil from Nagpur. And really, it's a very pleasant October afternoon, or now culminating to the evening, pleasant evening to all the dignitaries and delegates present virtually on the platform. Digitized English is actually a language shift. And we can call it language transfer or language replacement or language assimilation, which is the process whereby a speech community shifts to a different language, usually over an extended period of time. Now here under the impact of social media. It is our window to the entire world, a window within the grasp of our palms and the touch of our fingertips. And the internet is not just one thing, it is a collection of things, of numerous communications networks that all speak the same digital language. And with this intervention of social media, a new pseudo language has emerged. And it is inevitable, let me tell you, we cannot stop it. Dr. Dilip Bharat, during his inaugural address, has appreciated the choice of the topic, which is actually interesting and the need of the hour. And he talked about the digital culture and its good and bad impact, okay, like grammar, Nazi, okay, who adventure with removal of vowels, Americanization of English, and creolization of use of language. Even the keynote speaker, Dr. Leela Mohana, has remarkably presented her point during her keynote address based on the interviews with the educators from different educational contexts and countries that examines teachers' perceptions on the effect of use of social media on their students' language, communication, and writing through the intervention of net speak, colloquialism, syntax, multimodal communication. Okay, this is a shifting notion of literacy. Nonetheless, social networking sites used by millions of people worldwide generate a substantial volume of multimedia text. Now, we have never heard of content writing. Now, these days, these things are quite famous. Okay, so now we can say this is a Cosmo language which is emerging. The young users use half of their week engaging in social networking sites, thereby giving rise to a brand of internet slang, okay, which is entirely their own. This new linguistic structure developed through online communication is inevitable. As Anjali also stressed and Alvin Toffler has rightly said, the change is not merely necessary to life, it is life itself. So we have to accept it, this language acquisition, acronyms, abbreviation, neologism, as Anjali has also taken examples, frenemy, okay, catastrophizing, staycation, chillax, beer o'clock, or you can say wine o'clock, or use of portmanteau word. Even this emoticon is a portmanteau word, docudrama, fantabulous, biopic. So these are all, we have to understand these things. And there are only few examples of this change. And there are different types of media languages, which include written, verbal, non-verbal, visual, or oral communication. The speaker of the first plenary session, Dr. Victoria Dropton, who spoke on online teaching writing to university students. She has taken a very challenging topic and she elaborated it so extensively and so impressively. She has actually conducted a systematic analysis of her surveys on online educational activity, which was different from online experiences in the Ukrainian education system. Her study and analysis of third-year students of the Institute of Philology from the National University regarding employing the online platform used in teaching, assessing within writing assignments through many apps. She has introduced teacher tools, PaperReader, Padlet, Mentimeter, Google Classroom, etc. Okay, considering approaches and effective online tools and technique. She has also given some practical tips on the writing task development and suggested the instruments for assessing both creative and integrated writing. Language itself changes slowly, but the social media has sped up, okay, or should I say speeded up the process of those changes. So you notice them more quickly. The speaker of the second plenary session, Dr. Anjali Patil, a renowned faculty from Nagpur, has systematically examined the current hybridization, or should I say technification of language, used by this tech-savvy Gen Z. Flux is a series of change, continuous change. And she talked at length about this flux in language in a very marvelous manner. IMHO, that acronym stands for, in my humble opinion, in initialism. So you might also see the term IMNSHO, that stands for, in my not so humble opinion. So now here, in her opinion, the casual language of shortcuts and emoticons that is popular today is fine for informal communication. But when it comes to official language, a degree of linguistic decorum and dignity must be maintained. And she convinced us with her inimitable style to strike a balance between the formal and informal, literary and commercial, local and global. Should I say global? Okay, taking the position that there is a time and place for both apoplectic and reduction of things or reduction of things. So one of the most notable ways that social media has influenced English language, it is really through the appropriation of existing vocabulary. But you know, English is actually immense reservoir, which can include things, and you see, we can go on doing this, and we have already talked at length about so many slangs, YOLO, FOMO, LOL, emoji. Okay, they are embedded into English language, and we have to live with them. And it is true in social media. Language is no longer about the stuff you make, but about the stories you tell. Nelson Mandela has rightly said, if you talk to a man in a language he understands, that goes to his head. But if you talk to him in his own language, that is our netizens, or you can say Gen Z's language, that goes to his heart. So if you want to touch the heart of your students, you have to come down, go down to their level, okay, go up to their level. Okay, with that I conclude, and thank you the organizers for giving me this opportunity, and welcome Dabir madam, who is there from another dignitaries from Nagpur. Okay, thank you, madam.
Thank you, Dr. Jyoti ma'am, for your meticulous and affirmative feedback to us. Now, I think Professor Shailesh Bhadure is with us. So
Yes.
please, I request you to give your feedback.
Thank you, madam. I have joined this webinar right from the beginning, and yet one of my systems in the language laboratory is still reflecting that YouTube live. Okay, and I have joined on mobile phone another. So what I feel that one or two key elements of the international webinar, I attended Professor Dilip Barad, and he said that change in language is inevitable. And a few months back, I read an editorial in the newspaper, and that editorial said that teachers are the first category to receive effects of any change. And I do believe that with the onset of this pandemic and changing teaching learning practices, all the teachers, not only in India, but worldwide, have adopted new technology in the benefit of the students. Right from the beginning, a teacher inside us always talks about, those correct spellings, correct pronunciations, correct writing, and also those, strokes of writing, etc. But with the coming on this new forms of languages, we find that we have to be something like, who moderates all these things. Because as Patil madam said, that we need to come down to the level of the students. We can teach them right spellings, but we will have to see and also appreciate how they are creating the short forms. And this is a part of actual creativity, okay, that we never thought of doing this, but students are doing this on daily basis. They believe that that saves a lot of their time. They create wrong spellings, but the message goes clear. So that is how the first short form of grade, that is GR, and 18 digit. So that was almost like a surprise to many. But finally, we find that all such spellings have come into the text also, and nobody nowadays, is involved in the labor of writing complete and correct spelling. But they are all interested in sending the messages. Okay, that goes without any barrier. So that is one thing. So thanks to Barad sir for giving us a very nice and what we can say is a striking confrontation that change in language is inevitable and we will have to cope up with the change. Later on, I heard Laila Mohana madam also. The title of her presentation was very different. And I believe that we don't frame such titles here in India whenever we go for research papers or writing articles or presenting something through PPTs to as a resource person. So that was something different. I went through that entire presentation till her lecture was over, and I found that it was altogether new. I mean, we have not been able to touch. It's my personal opinion that we haven't been able to touch even a partial content of the presentation by Mohana. And Madam Victoria, though she had some troubles in network connectivity, but the PowerPoint presentation helped us a lot. I made some notes on that experimental group she shared in her presentation, that is Genco, Teacher Tools.digital, and Paper Rater, Mentimeter, Google Classroom we have been using since more than a year. But this is all we all should focus on and should try to how this can be made more compatible with the new learner which is coming in every next session to us. So with the entire proceeding of the international webinar, I feel that the best takeaway of the entire webinar is to prepare oneself for the change. That is how it can be summed up. Thank you very much, Sandhya Jain madam, Mukherjee madam, Desh Bhartar sir, the Department of English. I believe Tiwari madam must be there in the department. And for all the resource persons and organizing team who have been contributing each and every element, say technical or non-technical on all aspects. So thank you very much for choosing me for sharing my feedback. Thank you, organizers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your kind words. Now, due to lack of time, we can't get feedback from every participant in person. So if anyone wants to share their feedback, they can write on chat box. And now we'll head on to our session. And the chief guest for this session is Honorable Dr. Urmila Daber. I welcome all the dignitaries and participants for this session. And it's my privilege to introduce the chief guest of this session. Our chief guest, Honorable Dr. Urmila Daber, is the principal and head of Department of English, Rajkumar Keval Ramani Kanya Mahavidyalaya, Nagpur, Maharashtra. She has 30 years of teaching experience and 13 years of administrative experience. 10 students have been awarded PhD under her supervision. Dr. Daber has been awarded Dr. R. Krishna Kumar Gold Medal for Best Principal by RTM Nagpur University in 2019. She has also received the Best Teacher Award by RTM Nagpur University in 2013. She has achieved Educational Excellence Award by Indo-Thai Forum for contribution in the field of education in 2011. In the earlier part of her career, ma'am was deputed as contingent leader of NSS of Maharashtra and Goa for Republic Day Parade, New Delhi. Also awarded as the Best Program Officer state level by the Government of Maharashtra for the year 1997-98. She was the first program officer from RTM Nagpur University and first female program officer from the state to receive this award. A multifaceted personality that ma'am is, she has been elected Chairman Board of Studies English, RTM Nagpur University, Nagpur for the session 2017 and 18. She has also been elected member Senate RTM Nagpur University, Nagpur for the session 2017-18. Elected member Management Council RTM Nagpur University, Nagpur for 17-18 session. Elected member Standing Committee RTM Nagpur University, Nagpur. Ma'am is a NAC assessor and has visited several colleges in the capacity of member coordinator and member for NAC peer team visits. She was also nominated as visitor nominee by HRD Ministry, New Delhi on selection committee of teaching and non-teaching staff Central University of Tamil Nadu 2015. She has also been nominated as coordinator dean for arts faculty RTM Nagpur University October 2015. She is also nominated as Member Research Recognition Committee, Gondwana University, Gadchiroli in 2015. She has been a local observer for UGC NETSET examination and CBSE, AIPMT and JEE exams. Nagpur City Coordinator, Department of Continuing Adult and Extension, elected member of Board of Studies for English for 2 terms, 2005 to 2010 and 2010 since 2015. Members of Disciplinary Action Committee, RTM Nagpur University since 2010. Member of Equivalence, Member of Equivalence Committee, RTM Nagpur University in the session 2010 to 15. Member of Selection Committees of University for appointment of college principals and teacher. Besides, she has been an ardent researcher and writer. She has published in several journals and anthologies. She is the editor of peer-reviewed journal, Inaugural peer-reviewed journal. Imprints, editors of several conferences, proceedings, and collections of poems, short stories, and creative non-fiction works. With this introduction, I request our chief guest to enlighten the audience with her precious words. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. A very good evening to all. Honorable President of Amar Seva Mandal, Dr. Mrs. Suhasini Vanjari, Honorable Advocate Abhijit Vanjari, Secretary of Amar Seva Mandal, Honorable Treasurer, Dr. Smita Vanjari, Principal of the College, Dr. Dilip Badwai, Vice Principal, Dr. Pradeep Panikar, Resource Persons, Head of the Department of English, Dr. Sandhya Nair, and convener of this webinar, Dr. Shubhashri Mukherjee, co-convener, Dr. Desh Bratar, organizing secretary, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen. It's indeed my proud privilege and honor to be a part of this international webinar organized by Kamla Nehru Mahavidyalaya. The topic of the webinar is of prime importance, and I really congratulate the team of Kamla Nehru Mahavidyalaya for selecting this particular topic, which is very dear to us now, because we are going into a change form in teaching and learning process. Social media has had a very drastic impact on the volume of the people with whom we can frequently communicate with ease. So indeed, I congratulate them for this pertinent topic. I listened to the interactions of the participants and Anjali's also. I think the feedback of the participants and the experience speak volumes of the success of the webinar. So in the beginning, at the outset, I congratulate the team of Kamla Nehru Mahavidyalaya for organizing such a successful webinar. We have seen that in this particular pandemic, language and communication has been drastically changing with the rise of the new social media in this globalized world. The linguistics and the communicative practices of social media users has been revolutionized. And there is a transformation of nature of communication in social media. And these transformations are becoming visible, apparent, the way the people speak and write. We had a lot of discussion on these things. I could hear some of the points over here. Today, we have to say that social media has become a part and parcel of our lives. English language, learners of English language use social media much too as a key to learn and improve their English. Currently, English instructors also encourage their learners within the realm of technologies to learn the language. Various social media tools have been used for various purposes in the academic and non-academic premise, which have dramatically changed the English language learning landscape in the digital and e-learning revolutionary era. It's easy to learn English online in self-paced program and amazingly easy to immerse the students in an English communication environment. There are so many tools available these days. Now, social media facilitates communication by sharing the latest information. So much of information sharing is there and it is very fast. You share documents, you share photos, videos, new ideas, thoughts, interests, opinion, suggestions on the virtual media and network. And it is very, very, very fast and immediate. Therefore, a user of social media can share with anyone on the earth immediately. We all know that the popular social media websites, as we all know it, are Facebook, YouTube, WhatsApp, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook Messenger, WeChat, Skype, etc. Social media is ever changing. There are so many changes taking place every now and then. And it is also ever evolving web-based platform. And social media plays a vital role in getting English language skills because it provides opportunities to the learners to improve their 4 skills, which are very basic to learning a language, that is listening, speaking, reading, and writing. Learners read the next text and learn new phrases on social media. They enhance their communicative skills and vocabulary. Learners use different sources and tools on social media to improve their vocabulary and speech. I'm not talking about the short forms they are using, but there are different tools to learn this language also. Then speaking is also a part of learning language. To improve their speaking skills, learners can make use of their own Facebook group, for which English language learner can talk and chat frequently and candidly. This will improve because there are no inhibitions. When a student talks to you, he feels that he is making mistakes and then he stops speaking, he stops communicating because these inhibitions are there. But if they have their own Facebook group with their own peers who are there, so they can chat, they can talk, and they can improve their language. YouTube is also media which can be used to improve the English language skills like pronunciation, listening, speaking, writing, grammar, syntax, and so on. Now, some apps that develop listening skills are also available, which develop your listening skills productively. As we have apps from British Council, BBC News also. Writing skills also can be developed by English writing skills and blogging. These will help the students to develop their English language. And media plays an important role in all these activities. Now, English language skills learned by everyone are very, very important for their personal and professional life. See, whenever a student goes for an interview, the language that he requires is very, very important because he may have the knowledge of the subject, but if he is not able to put forth all those things, how can he tell his skills that he has? So for grooming yourself for your personal and professional life, you should have the knowledge of English. That is very, very important. And such apps which are there, they will help you. Social media also offers the opportunity for the learners to learn correct pronunciation, as I've already said, even the pitch, the intonation, the rhythm, you can also have the fluency that you have from reading the texts which are available. And these are very, very systematic, scheduled, and it also opens door for the communication skills for the native and non-native speakers also. There are hundreds of tools and apps available. Only you should have access to a correct and appropriate app which will develop your language skills. So the media plays an important and one of the best role in developing your skills. Nowadays, many websites are also available where the learner can improve their English language reading skills properly. These websites provide you with videos of celebrated personalities which create interest in the learners who wish to watch and hear the favorite figures who speak efficiently. And they can even upgrade the language which is there. Now, these tools are beneficial, no doubt, but sometimes it can be distracting also. So we have to draw a line. Every coin has two sides. Even social media has its two sides also. So due to COVID-19 pandemic, we have seen that all the academic institutions and organizations from March 2020, we could not have physical classes for nearly 1.5 years. So today was the day when our students could come to the college for the first time after 1.5 years. So these tools have been immensely used, but we have to be very cautious and careful. And we have to make our students also learn the importance of these skills and how they are useful to us, but at the same time how it can be used or misused for other purposes also. So we have to make them aware of the tips, and for this even parents play an important role because they're adult learners, and we have to make them aware of all these things. And this is a part of education of the social media, I can say. Now, while learning English through social media, we have to accept the fact that today digital communication is very, very important. And 21st century, as we can say, has been hijacked by digital devices. Especially the adult learners, they are very captive with all these digital gadgets and tools. And with that, the range of knowledge that they have is also amazing. It's mind-blowing, we can say. So it may be an early prediction that incorporating these social media into education system will prove an effective tool for English language learning. And in future, I feel that social media is going to be popular and effective means of learning language. And as Shailesh has rightly said, that we have to prepare ourselves for the change. So as teachers, as educators, we have to prepare ourselves for the change in teaching, in learning, in communication, in whatever means and mediums that we have to use for our students. So future, I think social media is going to be very, very useful means of teaching language to the students. It will be an effective means also in teaching language. I'm indeed grateful to the organizers for giving me an opportunity to be a part of this webinar. I congratulate the organizers for the successful organization of the webinar. And I wish all the best for in the future endeavors also. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for your informative and enlightening words. Now, as we have come to the end of the webinar, it's high time to thank all the people who contributed directly, indirectly in the success of this academic and informative event. For this, I would like to request convener of the program, Professor Subhashri Mukherjee, ma'am, to propose vote of thanks. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Sarita. We have reached the culminating part of this one-day online international webinar on the topic #digitized English @ social media. In the capacity of the convener of this event, it is my duty to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the President of Amar Seva Mandal, Honorable Dr. Suhasini Vanjari, and Honorable Secretary of Amar Seva Mandal and MLC Maharashtra State, Advocate Abhijit Vanjari, for always being the backbone of all quality enterprises that we undertake. I wholeheartedly thank the guest of honor for this valedictory function, Honorable Treasurer of Amar Seva Mandal, Dr. Smita Vanjari, for conceptualizing this event. And let me confess that without her perpetual support and motivation, today's webinar wouldn't have been possibly materialized. My sincere thanks are due to the chief guest of this valedictory function, Honorable Dr. Urmila Dabir, for accepting our invitation and enlightening the delegates with her views on the aforesaid topic. I'm indeed fortunate that ma'am has never said no to anything that I have asked for. I would also like to thank our principal, Dr. Dilip Badwaik, for all his timely interventions. Similarly, our Vice Principal, Professor Pradeep Daikar, who has unconditionally been there with us for all such endeavors, he is also due for my gratefulness. I would also like to thank my senior colleague and head of the Department of English, Dr. Sandhya Jain, for her constant encouragement and cooperation. My heartfelt gratitude to the chief guest of today's inaugural function, Professor Dilip Barad, keynote addressee, Dr. Leila Mohana, speakers of plenary session, Ms. Victoria Doberton, Dr. Anjali Patil for accepting our invitation and sharing their knowledge and expertise with the participants. A big thank you to all the participants who took the pains to attend the entire event religiously and shared their priceless feedback, especially Dr. Jyoti Patil, Dr. Manjushri Sardesh Pandey, and Dr. Shailesh Bahadure. A special note of thanks for the advisory board comprising of stalwarts like Dr. Dabir herself, Dr. Sudhir Nikam, Chairman, Board of Studies, Mumbai University, Head of the Department of English, RTM Nagpur University, Professor Sanjay Parvekar, Dr. Naik, Dr. Kapil Singhel, Dr. Jyoti Patil, and Dr. Anjali Patil. I would fail in my duties if I do not thank the organizing committee, the technical team, and the moderators of all the sessions of our institution who proactively agreed to the duties entrusted to them. The overwhelming response of principals, teachers, and delegates received from all parts of the country has been incredible and definitely deserves a big thank you. Lastly, my gratefulness to all who have contributed in some way or the other, directly or indirectly, in making today's event a big success. A big thank you once again to one and all. With the permission of the chair, I declare that the webinar has ended. Looking forward to such cooperation and support from you in the future. I bid goodbye to all of you. Stay healthy, stay safe. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. And thank you all again for giving their prize time for the seminar.
Thank you, Subhashri.
Thank you, ma'am.
Bye.